guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Big changes are coming to America's military, thousands of jobs at stake, and you might have guessed not everybody's happy about it. A former Army Chief of Staff says that President Donald Trump's firing of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is tremendously destabilizing the military. Retired General George Casey warned of the danger of sudden senior personnel changes.
When you remove so many senior leaders, especially without justifying and giving due cause, it creates huge uncertainty in the ranks.
Casey said he feels military leaders should not be punished for following orders given by a previous presidential administration. General Charles Brown Jr. was fired Friday night in a move critics say was an effort by Trump to get rid of diversity initiatives in the U.S. military. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is holding more federal workers accountable, saying they've got to report what they did last week or else turn in their resignation.
In a social media post over the weekend, Musk wrote employees will receive an email requesting information about what they worked on in the last 7 days, and any failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. The move comes after President Trump said he'd like to see Musk be more aggressive in his efforts to slash the federal workforce. In the first month of Trump's presidency, thousands of federal employees have been laid off, the first of what officials say will be waves of layoffs. I'm Chris Coraggio.
If the goings-on in Washington aren't enough thrill for you, Universal Studios is giving details about a brand new theme park opening in Texas next year. The park near Dallas will have lands based on characters from Shrek, Puss in Boots, Trolls, SpongeBob SquarePants, Minions, and Jurassic World. Attraction features will include Shrek's Swamp, SpongeBob's Neighborhood, a Minions-themed water play zone, a Jurassic World exploration area, a Trolls music festival, and a Puss in Boots ride. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
All eyes are on Rome, where Pope Francis remains in critical condition after a peaceful night last evening, being treated for double pneumonia at a hospital there in Rome. Crowds have been gathering to show their support both in St. Peter's Square and outside the hospital.
I came here for the Pope, and it's a symbolic time, and I think that all the prayers and the support that he can get, we must support the Pope at this moment.
A Sunday morning update from the Vatican said the 88-year-old pontiff was alert and had rested after receiving blood transfusions following a respiratory crisis. He was admitted to the hospital February 14th after he had difficulty breathing and was diagnosed with pneumonia in both lungs. On Saturday, his condition was upgraded to critical, and he was given supplemental oxygen.
The voice of the Pope is so important at the moment. The world is full of hatred, and he's a voice of love. He echoes what Christ told us 2,000 years ago. So we need him a lot.
No word yet from President Vladimir Zelensky, but the White House seems to think the war in Ukraine could be ending as soon as this week. Speaking to reporters over the weekend, the president's press secretary said the president is very confident we can get it done this week, adding that the team is focused on negotiations. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
So, in the blink of an eye, we close out the weekend. Get ready for a brand new day. And we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So, ready or not, here comes a Monday. No, not the greatest day of the week. Say it isn't so, but yeah, 24th day of February. Matter of fact, that means we just closed out, or from time zone to time zone, we'll be closing out the final weekend of February. Come next Saturday, it'll be March 1. A new month. Hey, that means the official arrival of spring is getting closer. I'll take it. No doubt about it. Speaking of spring, it's going to begin to feel a bit like spring in the week ahead. It's a big-time teaser, we'll say. But first things first, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hey, we did finally make it above the freezing mark for the first time in an entire week over the weekend. But looking forward to even warmer days and nights ahead, finally. After weeks and weeks of sitting here night after night, sharing the bitterly cold temperatures, all the way down into the southern portions of Texas, the Gulf Coast, snowstorms impacting the South. A change in the weather pattern, a long-awaited refreshing pattern, beginning to expand across the country in the coming days. A wave of much-needed warmth spreading from the Midwest and the Northeast to the southern USA. For the week before us, a northward bulge in the jet stream. That's going to be responsible for ushering in waves of persistently warmer conditions across the nation, in addition to mainly dry weather. As a result, most locations will notice a peak in temperatures, especially toward midweek, then a gradual decline from late week into next weekend. Like I said, it's a big-time teaser, but I'll take it. Following a chilly start to the year, temperature departures ranging from several degrees below average across the northern and central states. This warmer weather will be welcomed by many, including myself. For some locations in the northern half of the country, you haven't been above freezing for at least a week, if not two. This notable warm-up will finally bring many spots well above the 32-degree mark for an extended period of time. Most locations this week will see high temperatures 10 to 15 degrees above average for late February. Temperatures actually closer in comparison, typical to late March or early April. As the core of the cold set in across the U.S. late last week, numerous cities observed early morning temperatures well below zero, even reaching lower than minus 30 degrees across portions of Nebraska, the Dakotas, and Montana. By late this weekend into early this week, temperatures climbing across the plains in the interior Northeast. High temperatures by Tuesday forecast to range in the 60s, a huge temperature difference on the order of, 70 to 90 degrees flip-flop compared to the values from last week. Across the east, the warm-up not quite as pronounced. It'll be in the plains, but it will be appreciated nonetheless. The chances for highs ranging in the 40s and 50s across the mid-Atlantic. That will help melt some of the lingering snow piles or ice-covered areas. In much of the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, the warm-up really begins in earnest later today, Monday, and peaks from Tuesday to Wednesday, before a cool front trims temperatures back for Thursday and Friday. AccuWeather notes afternoon highs could approach the mid-50s Tuesday to Wednesday in New York City. A high in the low to middle 50s in Central Park would be the highest temperature you've seen there since you saw 58 degrees back on December 30th as we were closing out 2024. So in other words, some of the warmest temperatures in New York City in nearly 2 months' time. However, along the eastern seaboard, the further north one travels, the less impressive the warm-up will be, but the chilly air is going to hold its ground across much of New England, Boston probably not going to get out of the 40s for afternoon highs Tuesday and Wednesday. In the southeast, the cooler weather will take its time departing that region as we kick off the week. Forecast highlights: cities like Charlotte, North Carolina, Nashville, Tennessee, slowly climbing out of the 50s and 60s later into the day Monday, before even slightly warmer values midweek. Through the end of February into the early days of March, forecasters warn temperatures may fluctuate back and forth. Bursts of pleasant spring-like values followed by some cold intrusions. It's typical of the transition of the seasons we're dealing with. The official first day of meteorological spring is only a week away, March 1, while the spring equinox just a few weeks later on March the 20th. While temperatures early this week may just bring a taste of what's to come over the coming weeks and months, it has undoubtedly been long awaited by many cold, weary residents across the country. I'll second that motion. Now, there's one part of the country where things are going to be very active, and that is in the Pacific Northwest. A rather tumultuous pattern will continue to focus across that region as one atmospheric river funnels moisture into Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and western Montana. As we wrap up the weekend, another storm pushing in to start the work week brings with it another round of flooding rain, high winds, and high elevation snowfall. Focusing in on the Northwest, we see a lot of wind advisories, high wind warnings for some. Much of Montana will be contending with winds. Winds starting the week on Monday, and even higher winds. We're talking 65 to 75 mile-an-hour gust from Monday night to Tuesday night. They do highlight high-profile vehicles are going to have difficulty with the crosswinds. We could see, we'll probably undoubtedly see some blowover events in those crosswinds. We do have some high wind advisories through parts of Washington, Oregon, down into south central and southeastern portions of Wyoming here over the next couple of days, with, again, the atmospheric river bringing along with it the potential for more flooding, landslides. The avalanche risk remains high as well. Avalanche warnings in place, especially for western into northwestern portions of Montana as we get the week started. But the weather map, the rest of the country, the southern tier especially, from California to the Carolinas, is all but absent of any sort of advisories. One exception would be maybe some dense fog developing into early Monday morning in southern portions of Arkansas. But that's about it as far as advisories I'm seeing on the map here. So welcome into a Monday. Shall we say the greatest day of the week? I don't know about that, but Philly Dan is on board. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Looks like the weather's getting better. Yes, indeed. And prayers for Pope Francis. Things not really looking real good. Francis listed in critical condition. We'll give you the latest update coming up here. There's Pappy, ready to kick things off. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. Why is it the greatest day of the week? I am so stoked, I can't even type it. I'll let Mr. Summers tell you. I'll just say this famous line from a television show. Book 'em, Dano. 32 degrees in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Beautiful night now, and it's a much more beautiful night. Get that FR3 antenna up and let's get the party started. Everybody hammer down and be safe out there. To which Sylvester responds, woohoo, right on, brother. Let's roll. All right, Mary Ann in the house. Hope you had a good weekend, Mary Ann. There's Roy in Northwest Illinois. Much better weather. I think this time a week ago he was reporting sub-zero temperatures. Hey, we're at the plus 37 mark. Feels like 30 with the winds tonight, but yes, that is much better. Hello, Gary. Good morning, Steve. The overnight crew. Happy Monday. All right, good afternoon. There's Larry Hammerdown, 35 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line. Headed to Hartford, Connecticut tonight to start out the new week here. Tapeworm, good morning all. Checking in from Charlotte, North Carolina, 40 degrees. Ready for another week of trucking out here on the highways and byways. There is Sylvester, currently 87 degrees. Wow, that's I'll take that here in Cooranbong, New South Wales, and our cruise was great. Looking at going on another one maybe later in the year or maybe next year, depending on what happens over the next few months. Great that this amazing show is on and the truth can come through. God bless the USA and those keeping the commerce moving. And thank you, Steve, for current, actionable, and relevant industry news, weather, and information. Thank you so much. And there's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Haven't checked the temperature in Carthage, but it was warm enough to melt the snow. Great weekend. Got to watch 4 of my grandsons do what they always do, dominate on the wrestling mats. Winning is always fun. Have a great show. Gonna hang out with the hot blonde wife later today. I'll wind up that powerful chrome-plated cow truck and go light up the nation's highways. And a special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
I see several folks asking if they're having some difficulty with the app. I did, during the break there, I disconnected and tried to reconnect. I'm not sure. Obviously, a number of you asking. Everything looks right on this end, so let's hope that corrects. All right, Rock Pick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Yeah, we're at 31 degrees at the Rochester International Airport. Happy Monday, all you hardworking Americans. The egg hunt is on, and it's not even Easter. Watch out for the other driver and be safe. Let's see. Lee said, I'm having a hard time getting you on the app. Not working very well. Okay. Who else on board? Sylvester said my app seems to be working. You know, sometimes historically, you may have issues on the iPhone and not the Android, or vice versa. I think a week or two ago, Horse Feathers was talking about the Android wasn't working, but the iPhone was fine. The miracles of modern technology. All right, Pappy was talking about being stoked. I gave him a call here, I don't know, about, what time was it, 11:15, because I had just come across, doing my show prep, came across this blurb, and I said, Pappy's going to love to hear this. I had to let him know. President Trump had made the post this past day, making another appointment. President Trump Sunday evening appointing the conservative firebrand Dan Bongino as the next deputy director of the FBI. Wow, to serve along with Director Kash Patel, who was confirmed last week. Now, we all know Bongino, the former Fox News host, well-known conservative podcaster who supported Trump through the election cycle. He's also a close ally of Kash Patel and will now serve directly under him at the FBI. Now, earlier last week, Patel officially became director of the FBI after the Senate confirmed his nomination. Trump's latest appointment is a sign the president intends to upend the agency's leadership with hardline loyalists like Bongino. In a follow-up post, Trump said another aspect of the life of Dan Bongino that I think is very important. He has a great wife, Paula, and 2 wonderful daughters who truly love their dad. What an incredible job Dan will do. So Bongino and Patel will report directly to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Trump's former defense attorney during his first impeachment trial. Via Truth Social, Trump praised Bongino for his past service in the Secret Service and as one of the most successful podcasters in the country. The president also pointed to Bongino's service in the New York Police Department. Trump wrote, "Great news for law enforcement and the American justice. Dan Bongino, a man of incredible love and passion for our country, has just been named next deputy director of the FBI by the man who will be the best director ever, Kash Patel. Dan has a master's degree in psychology from CUNY and an MBA from Penn State. A member of the New York Police Department, New York's finest, highly respected special agent with the United States Secret Service, now one of the most successful podcasters in the country, something he is willing and prepared to give up in order to serve, working with our great new United States Attorney General Pam Bondi and Director Patel. Fairness, justice, law, and order will be brought back to America, and quickly. Congratulations to Dan Bongino." So obviously the daily podcast will become a thing of the past. I would presume he'll be there today, I'm guessing, and probably break it all down and explain what his duties are going to be. But yeah, when I told Pappy that, he was like, that's unbelievable. Because Dan, as he said, Dan knows where the bodies are buried, as he put it. Yeah, he's been on this FBI, the weaponization of the FBI, for months and months. There was a point in time, you'll recall, where after the assassination attempt, or attempts, many of us had thrown out, would not Dan Bongino make a great director for the Secret Service to weed out there? I don't know, Pappy may be able to explain better just how much impact Dan may have in weeding out the corruption in the Department of Justice, which is for a number of years been going down, confidence in the likes of the FBI, approval ratings way down. So it is 844-844-3388. Sylvester, my iPhone's doing fine. Got you on Facebook as I write a cooking manual for the restaurant I'm managing now. All right, we'll look forward to the rest of the story. What do we got? Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Back to the home 20, huh? 39 degrees, made it back around 8:30 p.m. after the Idaho vacation. Gonna repack the luggage and rest up today, then load Tuesday back to work. Head to the hometown of the Secret Bunker for delivery Wednesday. Hang it out till Thursday to reload and head back to Georgia. Our vacation was a memorable one. I'm wore out, so I'm going to be hitting the hay shortly. Ears are still clogged from the flight. Hope those clear up soon. I posted a bunch of pictures on my page. The grandkids had a great time snowmobiling, skiing, ice skating, built a snowman. Wildcat and I cooked a lot of the breakfast meals and some dinners, and all the adults went through a substantial amount of vodka and bourbon. All right, only one injury with the steps on, slightly tearing a calf muscle. So he'll be hobbling around. He might have to have an MRI to see the extent of the damage.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An American Airlines flight that took off from New York was escorted by Italian fighter jets after being diverted to Rome for security reasons. Reports indicate a bomb threat. Law enforcement met the plane on the ground as soon as it landed. No explosive was located. The Trump administration is set to pull all civil servants employed by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, on administrative leave Monday at midnight, as well as cut 2,000 employees from that agency. A notice shows the maneuver being called a reduction in force and was delivered from the office of the administrator. AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline is down to $3.14 a gallon. The highest prices in the nation can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.20, while the lowest prices are found in Jones County, Mississippi at $2.53. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. I attempted to pull up the app on my Android phone. It gives you about 5 seconds of audio, cuts out. It may pop back in for 5 seconds, but I apologize. I did make a post on Facebook. App issues, please listen on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, overnightdriveradio.com. You can type that in on your phone as well. But all right, we'll see what we can do. Meanwhile, Pappy is on board. Kind of stoked tonight. Is the app working on your end?
Negative.
Negative? Okay.
I switched over, and it came on, and it popped off, just like it kind of faded in and out. And it shut off. I'd not delete the app, but get out of it and get back on. You would come on, but it would shut off in about 3 seconds. So
yep.
I flipped back over to Facebook, and then I'm like, man, Steve, I am on cloud 9. I had to call in early tonight, man. Dude, I got off the phone with you, man. I'm telling you, Steve, I am stoked, dude. Stoked. I've been texting people, called a few people. Steve, I've been listening to Bongino almost as long as I've been listening to you. He started his podcast about 10 years ago, right before Trump got in office. And I'm going back I've been listening to him for about 10 years. Back before anybody knew who the hell he even was. I remember asking you about him. You're like, Bongino, who the hell's that? I've been riding Wave with Dave. I was up there talking to him. Who's Bongino? I never heard of this guy. Anyway, I was listening to Mark Levin one night on his radio show while I was working. And he used to fill in for Levin on his radio show once in a while.
Right.
And had no idea who this cat is, but I'm listening to him. I'm like, man, who is this dude? Right? I'm like, he's crushing it, man. Some leftist called in, and, man, he just put the hammer down on it. I'm like, man, who is this guy? And finally he came on and was like, hey, if you want to check out my podcast on, he was only on the, I don't know. You had to have, it was part of the Apple Store app, I guess. There was no video. It was just audio. And, man, started to listen to him, and Steve, this ain't no lie. I bet you I listen to probably 99.9% of his shows. Usually, like when I get home and you're off the air, right, I would listen to his podcast, turn the phone off, and roll over and go to bed. And, folks, let me tell you something. Bongino's the real deal, man. He loves his country. He's a conservative through and through. He's a straight shooter. He's been saying for years that, you know, we're not the left. Remember, Steve, how we talked about the left will investigate somebody looking for a crime, where real people don't do that. Usually there's a crime committed, and then you investigate who committed that crime.
Mm-hmm.
Not what the left does. They make up crimes, flat out fabricate stuff, and arrest people. We've named them off many times in the past. Steve, he has written 3 books on the Russiagate whole thing, the Ukraine scandal, Follow the Money, I think is the name of that book. Steve, let me tell you something, man. He knows where the bodies are buried, him and Cash. And let me tell you something. Man, I was a little disappointed when I thought, you know, he didn't get the Secret Service director job. And now it all makes sense. Trump had something else in mind for him. Anybody that has committed crimes out there, I mean, legit, real crimes, like maybe Brennan, ex-CIA director, he better be shaking in his boots right now. There's going to be some very interesting weeks ahead of us, Steve. I'm telling you, man. And the left are going to wet their diapers more than they ever. They better go stock up on a whole bunch of diapers, because they're going to come out. Trump's weaponizing, you know, the FBI and all this stuff. But, man, I'm telling you, the hammer is coming down. And I'm stoked. Oh, man. This is kind of like a dream come true, honestly, man. What these people have done to our country. And reckoning time is coming.
So Dan he's been railing on the likes of the DOJ for what, years, for the weaponization process, assisting in trying to bring Trump down.
Yes, sir. He was on it from the get-go, because him and Mark Levin are pretty good buddies, right? Mark Levin is the one that actually broke this whole deal. And Bongino got on it. He was an investigator. Not only in the Secret Service do you have the presidential detail, but the Secret Service, which Bongino wants them to do away with, is they got an investigation section where they investigate counterfeit, big bank crimes. They do other investigation. They just don't do, you know, presidential detail security. And that's one of the things Bongino has been coming out and saying. The Secret Service should do nothing but protect the president. They should get out of this investigating stuff. It's what we got the FBI for. And strictly focus on the protection of the president. He has came out the last several years. He has been talking about a total disbanding the FBI. So, Steve, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't totally disband it. Maybe call it something else. I don't know if, you know, maybe I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, if anybody had anything to do with the FISA courts the false information given to the Pfizer courts, lying to judges to get warrants. You had that one attorney for the FBI that was caught lying on an affidavit in that Pfizer court, and nothing happened to him. I think the FBI, ex-FBI director, Christopher Wray, I think, dude, we might find him out of this country hiding somewhere, maybe. I don't know, dude. I'm telling you, if there have been legitimate criminal crimes committed, and we know there have been, because they know it, they're going to go after them. They're not just going to sweep it under the rug and say, oh, let's just kiss and make up. And no. What was done to this country cannot be overlooked. Cannot let this happen again. And Steve, I'm telling you, once the first set of handcuffs go on somebody, whoever that might be, you're going to see a lot of people wanting to come forward and say, hey, come on, let's make a deal, man. What do you want to know? Don't put me in prison. I'll tell you anything you want to know. There's a thing in the justice system. Usually we're talking serious crimes here. There's a term for it. I can't think of the name of it. I think it's King for a Day or something like that, where you bring the suspect's attorney in, the suspect, and the prosecutors, and you sit down and you say, all right, here's the deal. You are given complete immunity for anything that is said in this meeting today. However, you must tell the truth. If anything's caught in a lie, this deal's off. But if you want to talk, here's your chance to talk, and we won't hold nothing against you. Anything you tell us, we will not charge you with. If you're telling us about another crime that's committed or somebody that's done this, you might have had some involvement in. And Steve, that's how they get people to roll. And Bongino, I'm telling you, with his past experience, he started out in, like you said, in New York NYPD. He tried to get on with the FBI. He put in a couple applications, and he ended up getting in with the Secret Service. And Steve, that's not an easy thing to do, man. I'm telling you, he's got some smarts, you know. And he worked his way up, and he led several out-of-country visits when Obama wasn't president. He was the lead guy, and I'm telling you, you know, to get in that kind of position, man, you got to know your stuff. He quit the Secret Service because he was tired of what he was seeing and hearing in Washington, D.C. He flat out couldn't stand Obama, his politics. He's seen what was going down. Now, Steve, you got to understand, too, these Secret Service guys, they are hearing conversations, right? And a lot of times, you know, I don't want to say they're sworn to secrecy, but, you know, they're like, hey, listen, man, what's said in this room stays in this room.
Right.
You know, you can't go running your mouth about what Putin and Obama was talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So he heard a lot of things, and he didn't like what he was hearing. So he actually quit the Secret Service. You're talking about a very well-paying job, very high up. He was probably a GS, at least a GS-18. And he quit to run for office because he thought maybe he might be able to change some things. He ran for Senate twice, got all the way up to the primary, and he was in a very liberal, I think he was running in Maryland, and got defeated in the primary, but it was very close. He almost became a senator. And in hindsight, when he looks back, he is happy that he lost. He also wrote another book about failures. Failures can be the best thing in life for you. I forget the name of the book. But the whole book was about all his failures and how his failures ended up being a positive. He's a remarkable man. True patriot, true American man. I mean, I just can't say enough about him. I mean, you know, I've been talking about him on your show for how long?
Yeah,
now, you know,
absolutely.
But, so, good things are coming. Trump is going to save this country. It's going to take more than 4 years, Steve. I mean, we've seen how bad it is, man. We're getting a taste. Like I said, we couldn't have fathomed really how corrupt it was, but once Trump got in office and all this stuff started to go down, we got to look. We got to peek inside on how corrupt it really is, and we still don't know the full extent of it. So it's going to probably take a good decade to literally clean this country up and get it back on the right track. And I think we can do it, man. I think the Democrats are just so stupid. They keep putting their foot in their mouths. I'm talking about the far left. Steve, this might be the end of the Democrat Party. This could literally be the end of the Democrat Party as we know it right now. This far left wokeism, this DEI crap. I mean, they crossed the line when they started messing with the children of parents out here in this country. They crossed the line, and they're still holding to their guns, man. Telling men they can go in girls' bathrooms, having boys play on girls' sports,
right?
Having drag queen hour in elementary schools. Are you, Steve? They crossed the line. You can mess with me, you can mess with my buddy, right? But don't you mess with my kids, man. And every parent out here knows exactly what the hell I'm talking about. Elon Musk's son ended up having a surgery. He was I don't know if he was transsexual, what his deal was, but his son ended up having surgery and was trying to transform. After his surgery, he melted down, Steve, and I think he realized, he was obviously messed up in the head, but he ended up committing suicide. And that's why Elon Musk turned on the woke left Democrats, because he holds them responsible for effing his son's mind up. And he ain't holding back neither. They're going for broke. All right, my man, Steve, I appreciate you taking my call. I appreciate you calling me tonight to tell me that, man. I probably wouldn't have heard it till tomorrow after I woke up. Well, I probably would have heard it on your show tonight.
Tonight, yeah.
Man, yeah, I'm stoked, brother. I mean, I can't say enough about how I feel about how our country's going forward here, man. So I appreciate you taking the call. I know I took enough of your time here, Steve. I really appreciate it. Everybody be safe. Hammer down. Let's have a good week. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you very much, Pappy. I knew he would be thrilled to hear that. All right, obviously a number are kind of moving over after giving up on the app and maybe pulling up Facebook. I don't have the YouTube numbers before me, but yeah, everything else appears to be working. OvernightDriveRadio.com. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Had a lot of interesting developments over the weekend. So we got a lot to bring your way this early Monday. But hello to Double Trucker. Check it in. Let me see. 34 degrees. So much nicer in Lodi. And yes, weekend went by way too fast. I'll be closing on my first house when I get home. Yeah, I'll check in later on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. I presume everything's working there this morning. Ice Cream Man. Well, let's see, over in Edgerton, Kansas. Let's see, the Hostess Warehouse headed towards your direction, a.k.a. Walton, Kentucky, for later Monday morning. And I'll catch the podcast, seeing as I'm a solar-powered driver, all right? Dennis said he feels like Mark Levin should actually have a seat at the table somewhere. I guess in this administration, the man has a brilliant mind. So good morning, everyone. Have a safe day. I think I saved the breakdown. I have a lot of respect for Mark Levin. He is, oftentimes referred to as the great one in talk radio, right? Another of those voices of common sense, conservatism. But he has a bit of a disagreement when it comes to Donald Trump's stance on Ukraine. And he made that pretty abundantly clear last week. Like I said, I know I've got that in the mix over here. He also did a piece last week where he hammered on Joy Reid. Yeah, referencing her as, what was the term he used? Interestingly, several days after his piece about Joy Reid, it was announced over the weekend that her show is ending. Farewell to Joy Reid. Levin actually, he made up a new word to describe her. So I'll get to all that coming up here. First of all, let me see here. Knucklebuster joins us on a Monday. What's going on? I know you were trying to find us on the app, and something's screwy this morning.
Oh, yeah, you were in and out. I turned my phone completely off and then restarted it, and it still done the same thing. So I called you to let you know about it, and then I just went to the YouTube app and pulled you up that way while I'm watching it going down the road. But I ain't actually watching it because I just take my baseball cap and cover it up. So
okay,
I'd have to pay to YouTube to keep it going while I close my phone down. I'll try the app here again in a little while. I'm over in Arkansas. They ain't got much good cell service over here anyway there. But you're coming in loud and clear on the phone, buddy. I can live with that.
And I think
let's get into this.
Everything else is working to my knowledge. I mean, obviously, I'm getting the stream. I mean, everybody chatting on the Facebook. YouTube's operational. As a Rumble, the Overnight Drive Radio. I just don't know what the deal is with the app. Obviously, the numbers there are way down from where they should be.
Oh, yeah, I know that's right. Well, I got in Saturday afternoon, and I'm back out tonight, so I didn't get much time at the house there. I told Tennessee, I said, if you want some spending money next week. I better go. So, anyway, I said Trump is looking to sell off Nancy Pelosi federal building in San Francisco. That'd be a big slap in the face, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that because they're selling a number of properties? I think they said that weren't being utilized. I don't know what all they've got in that particular building right now. But I did see the headline that that may very well be on the chopping block, like so much else. Well, hold the thought. We pause there.
Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East believes the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas will reach its planned second phase. Steve Witkoff told CNN State of the Union,
"We have to get an extension of phase one, and so I'll be going into the region this week, probably Wednesday, to negotiate that."
This comes after Israel refused to release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners yesterday in exchange for hostages already released by Hamas. Elon Musk says all federal workers must report what they did last week or be dismissed.
In a social media post over the weekend, Musk wrote employees will receive an email requesting information about what they worked on in the last 7 days, and any failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. The move comes after President Trump said he'd like to see Musk be more aggressive in his efforts to slash the federal workforce. In the first month of Trump's presidency, thousands of federal employees have been laid off, the first of what officials say will be waves of layoffs. I'm Chris Caraggio.
The Washington Employment Security Department is seeing an increase in federal workers applying for unemployment benefits.
650 federal employees have filed for unemployment benefits this year, which is 170 more than this time last year. Governor Bob Ferguson says the state is ready to help all federal employees who are affected by the layoffs. They can apply for unemployment benefits and get help finding new jobs. Washington has approximately 76,000 federal employees. I'm Brad Ford.
Health officials are warning of a measles risk at Texas State University as someone there has tested positive for that illness.
Anyone who was on the TSU campus from 3 to 7 p.m. and Twin Peaks restaurant from 6 to 10 p.m. on Valentine's Day could be at risk for developing measles. Health officials said those who have been exposed will be notified. The Hays County Health Department are working to investigate potential contacts. Texas is dealing with a measles outbreak that officials say is reaching historic levels in the state. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Oklahoma Democratic State Representative Andy Fugate has announced that he's filed a lawsuit challenging the authority of the governor to order state employees doing remote work to return to the office.
This lawsuit is not about whether it's more productive to have butts in seats. It's about the office of the governor overstepping its authority.
He says in addition to causing chaos, the order violates the separation of powers between the executive and legislative branches established in the state constitution. The NYPD is involved in a countrywide manhunt for a serial robber who dresses up as various workers when he commits his crimes.
The NYPD is joining the nationwide manhunt for the serial robber who is dressed in various disguises to commit his crimes. Captain Ryan Gillis leads the NYPD's major case squad.
His name is Yonut Candia. So far we have records of him in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York City, and Canada as well.
Investigators say he's dressed as a handyman, delivery person, construction worker, and more to get into people's homes. Candia is believed to have gotten away with more than $1.6 million in cash and jewelry in more than 24 separate heists. Larry Kofsky.
Well, we begin tonight with the news that MSNBC is canceling Joy Reid's evening show, The Readout. New network president Rebecca Cutler plans to replace the show, which has aired in the 7 p.m. Eastern time slot since 2020. Reid's final episode airs this week. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard on a Monday. Not necessarily the greatest day of the week, but we close out the weekend. And roll into the 24th day of February. Dennis says they're canceling Joy Reid's show. Good riddance. The most racist woman ever. I mentioned Levin had a few things to say about her last week, which is kind of interesting. There's a lot of despicable talking heads in the media, but none so vile as Joy Reid, America's #1 bigot, according to Mark Levin. His distaste for Reid culminated in the creation of a new word when she lied about Donald Trump and his attempts to get illegal immigration under control. Upon hearing her claims that the administration is making a show of mass deportations, Levin coined the term hemorrhoidic. That is, a human hemorrhoid, to better describe how he sees Reid. I made up the word. He said, I like it. Yeah, Reid, he says, is so left-wing, she is a bleeding hemorrhoidic. On one of her recent episodes, she ignorantly claimed that the Trump administration is making a show of their enforcement of deportations by conducting ICE raids across multiple Democrat-run cities with the cameras rolling. Rubbish, he says. Number one, ICE is focused exclusively on the worst criminals who have arrest warrants out. We should be celebrating our streets getting safer by the day. Number two, how many Republican-run cities are there? And number three, on CNN, Fake Tapper says all these people are picking lettuce. Do what? Now we're admitting that they're primarily in the cities. Reid's complaint went on. It follows Trump's performative signing of more than 300 executive orders, at least 21 of which were aimed to overhaul the immigration system. Levin says, wait a minute. Didn't they say we couldn't do that we needed some sort of bipartisan legislation? Talking about Biden and the Democrats' claims for 4 years that the only way they could fix the border is via an act of Congress. That was not the case, never was the case. Trump is overhauling the immigration system with executive orders the way Biden unraveled, undermined, usurped the immigration system with 94 executive orders. Do you see the hypocrisy? Okay, so hemorrhoidic, a human hemorrhoid. But word comes down Sunday. Joy Reid's evening show, MSNBC, canceled, part of a far-reaching programming overhaul orchestrated by Rebecca Cutler, the new president. The Reid Out, her show, is planned for the final episode will be sometime this week, according to those not authorized to speak publicly. MSNBC is planning to replace Reid's program with a show led by a trio of anchors. Simone Sanders Townsend, a political commentator and former Democrat strategist, Michael Steele, a former chairman of the Republican National Committee, and Alicia Menendez, the TV journalist. They currently co-host The Weekend, which airs on Saturday and Sunday mornings. Okay, MSNBC spokesman declined to comment, but Reid did not respond to calls seeking comment as well. This is the first major change by Cutler, who was appointed president this month. Ms. Cutler has been drawing up a new programming lineup to try and jumpstart the ratings. The network ratings, which have outperformed CNN, but way behind the longtime ratings leader in Fox News. Other major changes are expected. In January, of course, Rachel Maddow, the network's best-known anchor, returning to host her 9 p.m. show 5 days a week during the first 100 days of the Trump administration, after being scaled back to only Mondays. At the time, the network said Alex Wagner, who had hosted the 9 p.m. show, would return at the end of April. All right, that is no longer the case. MSNBC is planning to appoint a new anchor to fill Ms. Wagner's spot. According to these people, a likely candidate for that hour would be Jen Psaki, the former White House press secretary in the Biden administration, otherwise known as the circle back girl. Recall? I'll have to circle back on that because she didn't know the answers to anything. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for holding me over there, Mr. Stephen Summers. You may not actually going to get rid of her. That's a good thing there. They're going to get rid of Whoopi, too.
I don't think Whoopi's on the list. No, she's not MSNBC.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, let's talk about that Nancy Pelosi building out there. Here's what I read, that the potential sales were reported by KGO TV as well as the San Francisco Chronicle, which cited a DSA document earmarking 2 federal properties in San Francisco as non-core. So the assets are probably going to be sold off. You reckon they could tell Nancy too and we'd get rid of her?
That would be a good thing in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely there. I know that's right. Good riddance. Adios. See you later there, woman. Well, wait a minute. If they sold her off, wouldn't that make her oh, never mind. I won't call her that either. So, hey, I read you boy Joe Bell. He went viral again for an old commercial. See?
You know, what was that?
I don't know. It was a commercial either from 23 or 24. He went viral on it again. He's a pretty famous fellow, right?
Yep.
And then my girl, Haley Spernack, he wants to ban a controversial putting method in pro golf. You know how they take too much time to line up the shot, see?
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't need no line up on the shot. I know where it is in the dark, right? And that's how my bull learning for this go around. I'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks for checking in here on a Monday. Yes, we did mention the rather tumultuous weather pattern out west. Washington, Oregon have already seen 2 to 3 inches of rain over the weekend. With that first storm that rolled through, some locations saw 4 inches as of Sunday morning. Now, they say additional rain is on the way. The secondary storm will intensify and pushes onto the coast. Some locations in the Northwest on the coast are on track to observe more rain in a 2-day period than they had seen so far in the month of February. The Pacific Northwest not getting the chance to breathe with this active atmospheric river pattern. The advancing storm has strengthened rapidly offshore and will be spreading yet more rain to the already soaked region. By the time the early week storm is done, rain totals will rise to 3 to 8 inches with the back-to-back storms, and maybe 16 inches in some of the mountainous terrain. As a result, concerns for river flooding is high, especially with the previous week's snow melting. In addition to downpours impacting the coastal and foothill regions, forecasters are highlighting a considerable danger for avalanche across the Washington Cascades over the coming days. The rounds of heavy rain soaking sloped areas that are weakly packed with snowfall could rapidly create a risk for avalanches from the upper elevations all the way to the valley floors. Hikers are discouraged from venturing out given the stormy circumstances. Looks like the high risk may linger right into early this week for some areas. Snow is expected as the next storm advances into the region today, Monday. In the foothills of the Cascades, fresh rain totals may surpass 2 inches by Monday evening before a changeover to snow occurs between the 3,000 and 4,000 foot level. Snow levels are going to fall through the day Monday before rising again Tuesday, with Monday night bringing the best chance for snow in the lower passes like Snoqualmie Pass. But as the storm intensifies and pummels the northwest coast, forecasters warn an atmospheric phenomenon called a sting jet can occur. I've never heard of this one. A term that has been growing in popularity in the UK since the early 2000s. A sting jet is a small area of intense wind damage. The formation looks like a bee's stinger or a scorpion tail on the weather satellites. While jet is short for jet stream, a corridor of high winds high in the atmosphere. As this low-pressure system rapidly strengthens, it's going to bring very strong wind gusts that parallel the coast. We're expecting gusts 60 to 80 miles per hour along the coast, locations just inland and along the mountaintops. More sheltered cities like Seattle may see wind gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour. For peak wind gusts, 100 miles per hour may be seen along the border between Washington and Oregon, where a possible sting jet could increase winds even further. So wind damage is likely. Power outages and downed trees will be common through Tuesday morning. There's our new term of the week, sting jet. All right, see what's going on with, let's see, is that Doug this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. Just had a quick question. What was the good news that Pappy was talking about? I was messing with the app and YouTube, and I missed
That
he
was
so excited about.
Dan Bongino's appointment as Deputy Director of the FBI. He will be working directly under Kash Patel. And as Pappy puts it, house cleaning is really going to get underway at the FBI and the Department of Justice now.
I understand. Thank you for answering my question. That's all I had.
All right. So, I mean, obviously the app is screwed up. Did you pull this up on Facebook or YouTube or?
I got you on YouTube.
Okay. All right. Very good. I hope everybody else has a sense enough to do the same. It's about 18 past the hour. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right. Just a quick shout out. I was kind of scrolling through Facebook here. I see my daughter had posted the certificate that the eldest grandson got last week. He's in middle school right now, but doing well. Congratulations to young Rowan. 3.5 grade point average during the second quarter of the year. He said he had it up to 3.7, and he wants to get it. He wants to get it to 4.0, and I know that is very difficult to do. Yeah, being on the honor roll, not one of the easiest things when I was a youngster, because I was the kid that liked to procrastinate, postpone. You'd get that assignment that you've got. You got 2 weeks to work on this. You got to do a book report. You know, I'd be the one on the night before the assignment was due trying to cram, read a couple of chapters in the middle of the book and try to make it look like I could do a book report. I was a lazy kid, but more power to you. All right, once you get ahead, it's a lot easier to stay there. When you get behind, it is quite the task of trying to get caught up. So he celebrated his 13th birthday last week. Proud of the young man. All right, we're talking not looking real good for the Pope. Pope Francis remains in critical condition. A blood test showing early kidney failure this past day, but he remains alert and responsive, according to the report, as the 88-year-old pontiff battles pneumonia and a complex lung infection. In the last update, the Vatican said Francis had not had any more respiratory crisis since Saturday night, but was still receiving high flows of supplemental oxygen. Some blood tests show initial mild kidney failure, but doctors say that's under control. The complexity of the clinical picture and the necessary wait for drug therapies to provide some feedback dictate that the prognosis is guarded, in their words. Prayers for Francis, meanwhile, pouring in from around the world, from his native Argentina to the seat of Sunni Islam in Cairo to school children in Rome. In New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan admitted what church leaders in Rome were not saying publicly, that the Catholic faithful were united at the bedside of a dying father, as our Holy Father, Pope Francis, is in very, very fragile health and probably close to death. According to Dolan, in his homily from the pulpit of St. Patrick's Cathedral. Now, he later told reporters he hoped and prayed that Francis would bounce back. Doctors have said his condition is touch and go, given his age, his fragility, and pre-existing lung disease. His condition has revived speculation about what might happen if he becomes unconscious or otherwise incapacitated, and whether he might resign. Francis was supposed to celebrate Mass Sunday morning in St. Peter's Basilica, ordain deacons as part of the Vatican's year-long Holy Year commemoration. The organizers of the Holy Year, the Archbishop, celebrated Mass in his place, offered a special prayer for Francis from the altar before delivering the homily the Pope had actually prepared. Even though he's in a hospital bed, we feel Pope Francis close to us. We feel him present among us, according to the Archbishop. All right, a pre-written message that had been prepared for Francis to read Sunday, but he did not deliver, said he was confidently continuing hospitalization at the Gemelli Hospital. The rest, also part of the therapy, rest, asking for prayers, as he always asked, and noted the upcoming anniversary of the Russia invasion of Ukraine, a painful, shameful occasion for the whole of humanity, as he put it. All right. The Catholic Church kind of watching and waiting around the world. See what's going on. Dan, I do believe, joins us on a Monday morning. Dan?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I'm one of the ones that wasn't smart enough to go to YouTube. When you mentioned it, the app is down now. Is that what it is? Or
yeah, it might come in for 3 or 4 seconds, and then it kind of goes away, and then you might wait a minute and get 3 or 4 seconds. Yeah. There's nothing there. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought there was something wrong with my headset or the device, but I tried other places and it worked. So anyway, I did miss. Did it say that when Pappy was talking about with Dan Bongino, he's going to be the deputy director of the FBI?
Is that correct?
That is correct. That announcement came down Sunday evening. And so Pappy was pretty stoked because as he was explaining, which you probably didn't get to hear what he had to say, that Dan Bongino,
no, I didn't.
He knows where the bodies are buried, as he puts it. Dan, for years, has been, lambasting the Department of Justice for the weaponization, the FBI appointees and, attorneys lying to judges to get FISA warrants and things of that. He said he thinks they're going to go after him, and there's going to be some people walking out in handcuffs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't. I think it's a good idea. It shocked me when I heard it, and but I do think it's a good idea because this stuff's got to be accounted for. I happen to go to the gym with a retired FBI agent, and as he made a statement, is half the FBI don't trust the FBI, and I said, you mean farm? He goes, well, retirees universally, but he said people that are in the FBI are not. They don't trust them, and I think they were really at a crossroads, and I don't think Americans trust it again. Kash Patel's got a big job to restore that. And the other thing that I think that's going to be the 500-pound elephant in the room is there 500 pounds, 1,000-pound elephant.
Right. Well, hold the thought there. We got a break for a news update.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says Democrats have to stop a Republican budget plan from going through. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Jeffries said only a few Republicans need to break ranks in order to prevent the government funding package.
It is their responsibility to fund the government.
The New York Democrat insists the Democratic Party remains committed to opposing President Trump's agenda, despite being a minority in both houses of Congress. A former Army Chief of Staff says President Trump's firing of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is tremendously destabilizing to the military. While appearing on ABC's This Week, retired General George Casey warned of the danger of sudden senior personnel changes.
When you remove so many senior leaders, especially without justifying and giving due cause.
Casey said military leaders should not be punished for following orders given by a previous presidential administration. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Hoot Hoo, good to have you on board. I think you're the one that emailed me. I said, yeah, the app's not working. Go to YouTube, Facebook, Rumble. And he found us on YouTube. Chiming in, checking in from Salisbury, North Carolina. YouTube working fine. Very good. I see Cass chimed in here via the Facebook page. Yep, the app is down there, Cass. So you found us on Facebook. Thank you. Meanwhile, we left off there. All right, Dan. Thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Steve, for holding me over. So in other words, Bongino's going to be. Did he say that both of them are going to be reporting, or I think you said that to Pam Bondi, or
yes?
I didn't know.
So Kash Patel, of course, director of the FBI director, Dan Bongino, deputy director. Those two will report directly to Pam Bondi, the attorney general.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they've got a lot. I read where. Kash Patel said that he was going to transfer 1,500 people today.
Yes.
That he's got plans for 1,500 people, and I wonder what they were going to do with that multi-billion-dollar plan for a new FBI headquarters in, I think it's in Northern Virginia, probably close to their homes. So, well, I don't. My own feeling is, like I say, I don't know how you have to restore the confidence in people. And I'm one of these people. I don't trust the FBI. And the IRS, maybe a little more trust, but not much.
Yep.
After the way they said, well, quite frankly, did you read where they're using like a 1959, maybe up to 80 upgrades on computers? They don't have the proper computers in store, that they're using. That's shocking to me, and Well, anyway,
with all the money that is spent, well, yeah, and because we heard the same thing about the air traffic control, with the crashes, especially the Washington D.C. They're saying that their computer systems are antiquated. The IRS, the same. All the money that we spend on these organizations, how has all their equipment got so outdated when they're getting all these billions and billions of dollars?
Well, if we hadn't gotten Donald Trump and President Donald Trump back in as 47, what would we have happened? Because I'm impressed with his entire cabinet, and this Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, he's talked about they're going to have to do another bond sale, and I think the last bond sale didn't really go that well. We're eventually going to run out of money. I mean, I can understand a little bit. However, some generals came on and said, look, you might want to criticize President Trump for the way he's trying to bring a peace about Ukraine. But they go, how are you going to do it? You're going to either try to get Ukraine. He's not going to beat Russia. We've been told they were beating him. Now Russia is beating Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
So what if he doesn't go to Putin? And you know what I'm saying? How does he get a peace process started? He's the guy that invaded the country. The president's doing the right thing. This general was not a big supporter of Trump's. And he said, he was on tonight, some show, I forget which one, and he said, I think Trey Gowdy, and he said, look, what else is he supposed to do? Nothing's happened. They've been, today marks the beginning of the fourth year. And in 3 years, they did nothing to try to bring this about, to bring a peace about. What are you going to do? Go out for total victory? Quite frankly, it's very similar to the way Eisenhower handled the end of the Korean War. By going to both parties, come to a detente or I guess you'd call it a stalemate. But so just go to YouTube. By the way, Steve, is that your daughter's son?
That is, yes, that is correct. Yep.
Is he the oldest? I thought your son had a son, right?
Yes, yeah. No, the daughters. He turned 13 last week. Avery will be, I think, 10 or 11 this week. I lose track, but yeah, Avery's a couple years behind him.
And then your son's got two children, right?
Right. And little Aubrey is 4 years old now.
Well, your daughter deserves. I'm sure she's helping him with the homework and everything else. And tell him to hang in there. He might get that 4.0.
Yeah, so, he's a smart kid. Smart kid. He got his grandpa's brains.
Well, that's good. Yeah. Right. I don't know if you bring him in the radio station, we ought to charge you with grandparents abuse as your successor to your show. But
there you go.
Anyway, no, I appreciate it, Steve. Thanks a lot. I'll go to YouTube to try to pick up the rest of the show.
Thank you very much. There you go. That's the way to do it. It's 844-844-3388. All right, he mentioned Kash Patel. Yes, the new FBI director has told senior officials he plans to relocate 1,000 employees at the FBI headquarters to field offices around the country and move an additional 500 to a bureau facility in Huntsville, Alabama. Those plans were communicated Friday, the same day Patel was sworn in at the White House, reflecting his long-stated determination to reduce the FBI's footprint in Washington and have more of a presence in offices in other cities. Now, the person who discussed the vision did so on condition of anonymity. At his swearing-in ceremony, Patel called the opportunity to lead the nation's premier federal law enforcement agency the greatest honor of his life. Yeah, of course, confirmed by the Senate last Thursday. 51-49, with two Republican lawmakers, Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, breaking party ranks, as typically the case is. President Trump says, I think he will go down as the best ever at this position, ahead of the swearing-in ceremony conducted by Attorney General Pam Bondi and attended by Republican supporters in Congress, including Ted Cruz and Representative Jim Jordan. Trump added that the agents love this guy. Patel will inherit an FBI gripped by turmoil as the Justice Department over the past month has forced out a group of senior bureau officials and made a highly unusual demand for the names of thousands of agents who participated in investigations related to the January 6th insurrection on the Capitol. Democrats had sounded the alarm about the appointment, saying they fear Patel will operate as a loyalist for Trump and abuse the FBI's law enforcement powers to go after the president's adversaries, which is exactly what the FBI's been doing for a number of years anyway. So they like to turn the tables, right? Citing past comments, such as his suggestion before he was nominated that he would come after the anti-Trump conspirators. He sought to calm those concerns at his confirmation hearing last month, saying he intended to follow the Constitution. He had no interest in pursuing retribution, though he also said at his swearing-in Friday that reporters had written fake, malicious, slanderous, and defamatory stories about him. Republicans angry over what they see as law enforcement bias against conservatives during the previous administration, as well as the criminal investigation into Trump, have rallied behind Patel as the correct person, the right person for the job. Now, he has a desire to implement major changes at the FBI, including that reduced footprint in Washington, a renewed emphasis on the traditional crime-fighting duties rather than intelligence-gathering work that has come to define their mandate over the past 20 years as national security threats have proliferated. He said Friday the national security mission was equally as important to his efforts to fight violent crime and drug overdoses. Anyone that wishes to do harm to our way of life, whether here or abroad, will face the full wrath of the Department of Justice and the FBI. If you seek to hide in any corner of this country or planet, we will put the world's largest manhunt. We will find you, and we will decide your end state. 844-844-3388. Dan also mentioned, some of the firings Friday and an unprecedented purge of military senior leadership Friday night. President Trump fired the top U.S. general just moments before his defense secretary fired the chief of the U.S. Navy and the vice chief of the Air Force. Trump announced he was dismissing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Charles Q. Brown, replacing him with Air Force Lieutenant General John Dan Cain, otherwise known as Dan Raisin Cain. An extraordinary move since Cain is retired, according to an Air Force official, and is not a four-star general. Trump called Brown a fine gentleman, an outstanding leader, while hinting at the firings to come. Finally, I've also directed Secretary of State Defense Pete Hegseth to solicit nominations for 5 additional high-level positions, which will be announced soon. Minutes later, Hegseth released a statement announcing he'd fired Admiral Lisa Franchetti, Chief of the Navy. The removal of the second black man to serve as America's most senior general and first woman to serve on the Joint Chiefs of Staff appears to send a strong signal from an administration that has outlawed diversity and inclusion efforts across the military and the wider government. Hegseth said Franchetti is a DEI hire. No, he said that in his book, the book in which he wrote, if naval operations suffer, we at least can hold our heads high because at least we have another first, the first female member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Hooray! Hegseth Friday also said that General James Slife, Vice Chief of the Air Force, had been fired, and he was requesting nominations for the Judge Advocates General for the Army, Navy, and Air Force, indicating they are going to be replaced as well. Under President Trump, we're putting in place new leadership that will focus our military on its core mission of deterring, fighting, and winning wars. Now, these firings had been anticipated for weeks. Rumors about the impending dismissal circulating around the Pentagon. Speculation about the termination of Brown and others became more serious when a formal list was shared with some Republican lawmakers. Trump railed against what he called woke generals and officers. Brown was a frequent target of right-wing criticism. Many officials in the Pentagon openly wondered whether Brown would be fired quickly after Trump's inauguration. Brown was informed of the decision to remove him in a phone call from Hegseth on Friday, according to defense officials. All right, a Monday. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, trust you had a good weekend. We got some industry headlines we'll get to just ahead here. Yeah, law enforcement in the state of Wisconsin, we're kind of warning truck drivers unfamiliar with freezing temperatures about something we preach nonstop. Is about the possibility of diesel gelling. Well, that's where your Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense comes into play. And if you hadn't been using it in recent weeks, many trucks finding themselves stuck on the side of the road. We'll give you more on that coming up here. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I take it, did Captain Ron do his greatest day of the week thing for you?
No, we did not hear from Captain Ron this morning.
Oh.
I guess he may be still out with the wife. I'm not sure.
Okay. We won't push it then, because it ain't been so great so far, but we're trudging through it. So, yeah, apparently I tried turning on the Android app, and that didn't seem to work, and tried the iPhone app, and for the Apple device, and that one didn't seem to work, and so did find you on the YouTube there, because that's the tablet set up when you open the YouTube there. The notifications right there, and heck, the first thing to play is your show while it's live. So pretty good getting the YouTube to come up. But again, it works out pretty good that I use two devices, because I got the YouTube on the tablet and still can use the phone and not have the two interfere with each other there. So, because it always seemed like when I tried to do it on the phone, when you tried to play one of the apps, whether it was your app or the YouTube or Facebook or whatever, and you do the phone call, it seems like the two of them got everything all got mixed up, and then when you got done with the phone call, you couldn't go back and listen. You pretty much had to shut everything off and restart everything and reconnect everything, and it just didn't work out all that great. So anyways, I was out actually working yesterday, and some point there Saturday, I guess, I don't know if it was late afternoon or evening there was at a York area hospital, and it made national news. There was an individual that took, I believe, a doctor, a nurse, and a janitor hostage, and in the way of either trying to get out of the hospital, I guess he was in an intensive care area holding them hostage, and in the process of, I believe, maybe getting out, somewhere in the line of the whole course of everything, there was actually gunfire between that individual and officers, and there was one officer that was fatally wounded, and at the end there, the subject that caused all the problems, he was, I believe, fatally wounded as well. But so anyways, don't know all the details on it and what the reason was for it and why it happened at a hospital, and with I don't know, it just kind of seemed like he picked a couple individuals. Now, whether he randomly picked them or had the idea of who he was choosing or not, I'm not sure of. So, as I say, there's more to come, and I didn't get a chance to see anything yesterday to find out what more had developed in the investigation and what possibly could have been released for information on it. So anyways, that was the big news there. But the name that they released for him there was, I would call it a Hispanic type name.
Yes.
So, the question in mind is, is the person here the way he's supposed to be, or is it not? And and then the reason for what happened, was it possibly a domestic dispute of some sort, or something between individuals that didn't go right, or possibly it's something with the hospital that
something to do with hospital care. Yep, that makes you wonder.
Yeah, hospital care done. Yep, either didn't get treated right or didn't get treated soon enough, or anyways. So anyways, a lot of details to come, and as we always say, you can't just start jumping to speculating on things and saying, well, it's probably this, probably that. So see if we can get some more details at some point and what we can give you for information coming up on it. But other than that, as I say, run all weekend there, so we didn't get a lot of chance to see a whole lot of other stuff. So did you so you had birthday celebration for Rowan there? Now you said something possibly about doing something for Avery too. Did Avery have birthday celebration over the weekend?
Not officially. His birthday's coming up this Wednesday.
Okay. All right. So I guess we'll look forward to that then. Anyways, how are you guys making out getting ready for the big grand event? Just about a month from now, Your Honor. We're just over a month to the Mid-America Truck Show. Are you procrastinating getting things ready, or are you getting a little ahead of schedule and trying to figure out what you're going to pack and get some boxes? And
well, that's all. I mean, had conversations for the last several weeks with Ryan. He's working on getting stuff together for giveaways and things of that nature. We are going to have some customized seats again this year from Bostrom Seating.
All right,
that will be given away there in Louisville, and there's something seat covers or something. I think he said we'll have one for each hour of the show to give away. I can't recall exactly what that was, but yeah, he's working on the giveaway stuff. And as far as me packing, no, that'll be probably the day before the show. I'll pack up, and you don't need a whole lot, right?
Yeah, you just take your special microphone with you, right, and your headset.
That's correct.
So, anyways, other than that, I don't know. Not a whole lot, much more than that going on. Weather's supposed to be warming up. I guess it was pushing 50 degrees yesterday afternoon. So
finally got a little bit of snow melt. Did you? All right, yeah, I'm looking forward to the warmer temperatures in the next several days. Little teaser for springtime.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says Democrats have to stop a Republican budget plan from going through. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Jeffries said only a few Republicans need to break ranks in order to prevent the government funding package.
It is their responsibility to fund the government.
The New York Democrat insists the Democratic Party remains committed to opposing President Trump's agenda, despite being a minority in both houses of Congress. A former Army Chief of Staff says President Trump's firing of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is tremendously destabilizing to the military. While appearing on ABC's This Week, retired General George Casey warned of the danger of sudden senior personnel changes.
When you remove so many senior leaders, especially without justifying and giving due cause, it creates huge uncertainty in the ranks.
Casey said military leaders should not be punished for following orders given by a previous presidential administration. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's willing to resign in exchange for peace or a NATO membership.
The Ukrainian president made the offer at a news conference Sunday, saying, quote, "If it is peace for Ukraine and you really want me to leave my post, I'm ready." Zelensky also said he would also trade his position for immediate NATO membership if it means the safety of his country. This follows public disputes with President Trump last week after Trump implied Zelensky was responsible for Ukraine's war with Russia and called the Ukrainians Palestinian leader a dictator. I'm Lisa Carton.
Pope Francis remains in critical condition after a peaceful night as he's being treated for double pneumonia at a hospital in Rome. Crowds have been gathering to show their support in both St. Peter's Square and near the hospital.
I came here for the Pope, and it's a symbolic time, and I think that all the prayers and the support that he can get, we must support the Pope at this moment.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul is defending her decision not to remove New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Hochul has the power to remove Adams, whose federal corruption charges are still hanging in the balance, despite the Justice Department ordering them dropped. The governor told CBS Face the Nation she doesn't want to undermine a Democratic election.
One individual, the governor of New York, should not use her voice and her will to override the will of the voters.
Critics say the Justice Department order is part of a quid pro quo for Adams' cooperation with the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
A group of Republicans called on the ATF to roll back a number of Biden-era gun rules.
Senator John Cornyn of Texas says one of them is the restriction on so-called ghost guns, which are kits that can be built at home.
The policy of allowing private individuals to make their own guns as a hobby is a long-standing tradition that goes back to the colonial era.
He says the ATF should safeguard the Second Amendment, not trample on the rights of gun owners. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Hooters goes bust. The chain is reportedly preparing to file for bankruptcy.
That's according to Bloomberg, which said Hooters is working with creditors on a restructuring plan. The outlet also reports the restaurant chain is working with a law firm to ready the filing, and the court process could start in the next 2 months. Hooters has been dealing with a decline in customers and closed about 40 locations last year. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back on a Monday as we close out the weekend, get the new week started. I just see we had some racing action at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Give you an update on that coming up here. Of course, we've got to get to this date in history events on this greatest day of the week. And, of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Philip, ready to get the new week started. Good morning.
Morning, yeah. New week started. Worked yesterday up there at the Mouse House. Had a little fun driving monorail yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, how's your day going there, Steve? Your day going okay?
Guess we're all right. The app is on the fritz this morning.
Oh my! So we're gonna have to pay attention to YouTube or Facebook or Rumble.
That is correct. Yeah, that's what most have come to the. Most have done so, I think. I don't know. Don't know what the deal
app,
is. I sent a message there to Ryan. Obviously he's probably snoozing right now, so he won't get anything done till later today. So.
Yeah, I know with the app, down here, and I think it might be just our cell service. I'm not sure, but it comes in and out when you switch cells. So when it bounces from one, you'll lose about maybe 15, 20 seconds of the show when it bounces from one to the other. I mean, that's the only problem I've had with it with mine down here.
Mm-hmm.
But and it's also, you got to take into account for our cell service down here. I mean, we're still getting things together. Every time we have these hurricanes down here, it messes up the cell service, and they got to figure out another way to send something. So it's one of those deals, Steve.
Right.
Right now, I'm trying to avoid some rain. Have you seen the radar lately down here?
I actually had not paid attention to the Florida radar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of rain.
Brother Rambler had his service yesterday in church, and it was raining so hard there in Alabama that you could literally hear it over his microphone at his church service. You could hear the rain coming down.
Wow.
And yeah, it was pretty bad over there, and it was good service. I couldn't watch the whole thing, but I watched a little bit of it. It was that rain was just, well, you could hear it pounding on the outside of that place where he was at. He said, "Ain't no rain gonna stop him. He's gonna keep on trucking." So
there you go.
But that race was pretty interesting. I saw just a little bit of that too. Did you see Chase Elliott? He broke a toe link in the back of his back axle and went into the wall. And it was a pretty good race, what little bit I saw of it. So about that time to head to bed and everything. You know how that runs out.
Right,
so.
right. Me too.
But other than that, we're doing okay. I will say this about Rambler. Rambler's son is getting married here in a couple of weeks, and I want to say congratulations to them. And also, Steve, did you hear any more about the Pope? How's the Pope doing?
Pope is in critical condition. Blood tests show early signs of possible kidney failure getting underway, but they're saying that they've got that under control, but it does not look good.
Yeah, I know. It don't look too good at all. I mean, from what I've heard, and I hope he makes it through it. I don't want to see nobody go through that kind of stuff. Anybody, I don't care if he is one of the highest religious guys in the world, but, it is what it is. I mean, if it's his time and God needs him, he'll take him where he needs to take him. But that's when your time's up, your time's up. That's just the way it rolls. Everybody needs to get themselves right. You gotta get yourself right before that happens.
So is it true? I'm seeing.
I was really.
Are we possibly looking at a test number 8 for Starship this week? Is what I'm seeing.
I haven't paid attention to it, Steve. I know they've been working pretty dang hard on it. I mean, I'd have to go and look at it. I'll probably look at that today when I get some time. With my schedule here lately, I haven't had time to look for nothing, so to speak. But
right.
I'm pretty sure that they're getting pretty close. And that second launch pad, last time I checked on that thing was coming along pretty good. And if they get that thing going, Steve, that's going to be amazing. That's going to be just amazing as anything. Because think about this: you could launch off one pad, have the rocket come back and land on the other pad, and then you can put another rocket up there and go again. It's just mind-blowing what those guys are doing out there in Texas. And the one in Florida is coming along too. Last time I checked on that one, they were almost ready for the arms to go on it. And that one there, if that happens, you could literally take off from Texas. You don't even need to go into space. You just go up and come back down and land that thing in Florida. So you could build them in Texas, bring them over to Florida, and then fly them out of Florida. You don't even, the possibilities that Musk has going on with this is just, it's amazing. It's mind-blowing the amount of stuff that he can do with those once he gets everything going the right way. The big thing is you got to make them hold together up into space.
Right.
That heat shield stuff. They'll take a lot more heat than some of those capsules will in certain areas, but I don't know. I got kind of apprehensions right now about a human being being on that thing right now. I mean, I know it's still in the developmental stage, but as far as launching Starlinks and getting things ready for humans to go to the moon or whatever, I could see that, as being a supply avenue. But I don't know. I got mixed feelings about it. And I saw something, Steve, that Musk was saying that that we should pull down the ISS right now. Have you seen that?
That I did not see. I did mention, I think Friday morning. I saw you were on hold at the last minute there, but I did see where what is the name, the Artemis program, that the Boeing, that several hundred are being fired from that project, and Musk may be looking at maybe shutting that program down. I mean, due to the cost.
Absolutely. I've been saying it all along that program draws so much money. The Artemis program, the Boeing program is kind of its own little thing. They developed that with when they were in a battle to get to to have another alternative to go to the space station. But that Artemis program, that was developed to go to the moon and stuff. And I don't know, Steve. I think Artemis might be done. And I've said it all along. It's old technology that they've just revamped and they've kind of modernized it. It's not cutting state-of-the-art stuff. I mean, if you look at what Elon Musk is doing, you look at what Jeff Bezos is doing, you look at what all these other rocket companies doing it, and they're doing it out of their own pockets, Steve. They're not doing it out of the taxpayer's pocket. And that's the big thing. Artemis is all that money for Artemis comes from our pocket. Okay? When you see a SpaceX launch, that comes from Elon Musk's company's pocket. And NASA pays him to do a service. They don't pay him to develop technology. You know what I mean, Steve?
Right.
His technology, he's developing all his own technology and paying for it out of his pocket. Like that Starship out in Texas, that's all paid out of investor payouts from SpaceX. That has NASA, nothing in it is NASA. NASA isn't putting funding into that. That's all him. That's why it's in Texas by itself. That's why he's had such a hard time keeping that going with the FAA, because he's out of the realm. If he was at Canaveral, FAA's right there. They can watch the range. Everything is ready. But when you're in a different location like Texas, it's a lot harder to try to set up a lot of things that he needs to get done to launch something. And he's dealing with environmental situations. Whereas at Cape Canaveral, all the environmental situations are already handled. They've been handled 50 years ago when we had Apollo and all these other places going on, all or the other things going on.
Right.
So that Artemis program, I've said it from the get-go, I don't think it's going to happen. And that's just my personal opinion. I know Bill Nelson and them guys would want it to keep going, but, you know, it is what it is. It's about $30 billion a year. What do you think, Steve? Would you want to get rid of a $30 billion investment that was not going anywhere? You know?
And what I've read, they said it's not a reusable vessel, I guess, right? I mean, I guess the booster maybe, but it's not a reusable rocket ship, and it's like $4 billion for every launch, they said.
Okay, picture this, Steve. The Artemis program is no more. Now, we saw with the space shuttles, we had the big SRBs on the side, that's the solid rocket boosters on the side. You had the tank in the middle, and then you had the shuttle mounted on the tank.
Mm-hmm.
Now, picture this, folks. That tank in the middle is a rocket, and it's got engines underneath it, and it's got a capsule sitting on top of it. That is Artemis. Artemis is no more than the same thing that was the space shuttle, but on just a different note with a capsule and engines underneath it. That's it. It's the same thing. Same system, same rocket boosters. Those solid rocket boosters that are on there, sure, they've modernized them a little bit more where they don't have the problems they had with the shuttle program. But you've got all kinds of problems with other things, that hydrogen, and I mean, it's kind of an archaic way of shooting, even though that they are still used in the world. But it's very dangerous. It's a lot dangerous than what SpaceX has got going on with this methane, you know. But yeah, I don't think it's going to live, Steve. I think it's going to go by the wayside, and all that money's just going to go down the tube that we've wasted for it. I mean, they all started with Orion. You remember the Orion program, Steve?
Right. Yep.
That's what started Artemis. And I had a friend that worked on that program over there, and he works for Jeff Bezos now over at Blue Origin. He actually works with this New Glenn outfit, and he loves it there. He said Jeff Bezos treat him like they love Jeff Bezos. And but he told me that Artemis program was just totally too much engineering and taking too much time. And that's the thing, Steve. When you're somebody paying the bill, and I know what the term rate of return is, you want to see some kind of rate of return. When you have something you're paying a lot of money for, you want to see some kind of rate of return that you know your investment is worth it. And with that, they're not seeing it. These guys have stretched it out over so many years that there's no cause for it, and there has never been no retribution as far as, hey, what's causing all these expenditures and stuff like that. And that's what Trump and Elon and them guys are trying to do, Steve. They're trying to cut it to where we can get our money. We got some kind of rate of return for the amount of money that we're paying for something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense, bud?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And that's like these generals. I mean, I just heard about the Joint Chiefs of Staff and all these guys are, dude, if they're not making any cuts or helping the armed forces out, they don't need to be in there. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to beat the Trump wagon. But the thing about it is, we need some kind of rate of return for what we invest in. Okay? If there's too many people on the payroll, I'm sorry, we got to cut the payroll. I mean, all these major companies have been doing it for the last few years, Steve. I mean, I just heard it on your show there that Hooters is cutting out a lot of things, and it's like, dude, everybody is cutting back. Everybody. I mean, it's just the way it is now. I mean, it's one of those things. We're trimming the fat, and that's what has to happen. We've had the fat for so long. Now we got to trim it. I'm just hoping it ain't going to be me one day, and you never know. I mean, it might get into trucking one day. You never know, Steve.
Sure.
So it's just one of them things, But that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me, and we'll get you later.
All right, have a great morning. Safe travels. Headed into off to work we go. Yeah, a lot of rain in northern Florida. Yes, to start the new week. According to the Regional Airspace Advisory, though, SpaceX's Starship rocket could lift off in its 8th test flight maybe this week. According to the advisory, the Flight 8 launch window opens Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time with backup opportunities, I guess, through March the 6th. Now, the previous flight test in January returned a similar result to its first 2 missions, the rocket exploding in midair. And the FAA grounded it to open an investigation. SpaceX calls it the Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly. That is the term for the damn thing blew up. Forcing the aviation regulator to temporarily divert aircraft over the Caribbean. SpaceX said Starship flew within a special corridor that would contain any debris to a dedicated hazard area, but the FAA said it activated the debris response area, which only happens when fragments fall outside that hazard area. Now, a spokesperson last week said SpaceX investigation, which they have to complete before receiving permission to fly again, is still open. SpaceX itself has yet to announce flight number 8. If Starship does fly this week, it would mark the rocket's quickest return to flight after being grounded. Of course, on Flight 7, they did use the chopstick arms to catch the Super Heavy booster in midair, returned it to the launch pad, a feat that they had also achieved last year. And doing that again will likely be one of the objectives of this next test flight. But the most important thing is to avoid rapid, unscheduled disassembly. Kaboom, right? Okay, we shall see.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, I was looking through some of the comments there. Dennis, you said, I'm hearing that Zelensky of Ukraine said he would be willing to give up the presidency of Ukraine for a peace deal. Is there any truth to this? Yeah, but I believe the stipulation was if they were granted NATO membership. That's the way he put it. Give us NATO membership and I'll step aside right now. I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. Of course, Trump says he feels like they very well may be able to possibly end the Russian-Ukraine war sometime this week, is the way he put it over the weekend. Trump also said this past day, or it wasn't Trump, it was Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, this past day, said that he expects that an agreement would be signed this week on United States access to Ukraine's critical mineral deposits. That would be kind of like maybe reimbursing the billions and billions we've sent that way. Ukrainian President Zelensky kind of wavered in his commitment towards that last week, referring to the Ukrainian leader's rejection of the original proposal. The president had sent the message to him, said he's not wavering anymore. Zelensky realized that we've done so much for Ukraine, and that agreement belongs being signed. I think you'll see it signed this week, according to Witkoff. I don't know how many dollars, how many billions of dollars worth of mineral assets that we may end up with the rights to, but the statement from Zelensky. NATO membership, I'll step aside. I'm not going to hold my breath on that. But quickly, before we get a news break, looks like Hillbilly Tex is on the line. We got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Last week, the Wisconsin Portage County Sheriff said his officers are seeing multiple cases of semi-trucks stuck on the highway. Their diesel too cold. It is amazing looking on the interstate, seeing how many semis are gelling up, he said. We've seen quite a few of them in just the last few days. Now, last week we had temperatures as low as 30 below air temperature there in parts of the Great Wide North. Now, Lucas admits, I'm not an expert on diesel, but many truck drivers from the southern states apparently aren't aware of the fuel additives or types of diesel available to prevent the diesel from thickening and clogging the fuel system if it gets too cold. Semi-trucks lately have been stalled out in the highways of Wisconsin a lot, he said. If you've got summer fuel, they can freeze up and gel. It's not going to run. Then you have to have it towed and warmed up. What happens, he said, is a lot of these truckers are from down south, and they run number 2 diesel all the time. It does not have the cold additives to keep it from gelling up. So when they come up here, they get in this sub-zero weather. They're using regular fuel that you would be using during the summertime, and that doesn't work.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An American Airlines flight that took off from New York was escorted by Italian fighter jets after being diverted to Rome for security reasons. Reports indicate a bomb threat. Law enforcement met the plane on the ground as soon as it landed. No explosive was located. The Trump administration is set to pull all civil servants employed by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, on administrative leave Monday at midnight, as well as cut 2,000 employees from that agency. A notice shows the maneuver being called a reduction in force and was delivered from the office of the administrator. AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline is down to $3.14 a gallon. The highest prices in the nation can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.20, while the lowest prices are found in Jones County, Mississippi at $2.53. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, got more on industry headlines coming up. I found the rest of the story here. I knew I had seen that somewhere. Dennis, in regards to Zelensky saying he'd step aside. Vladimir Zelensky said this past day, on the eve of the 3rd anniversary of the war with Russia, that he's ready to quit as president if it meant Kyiv would be admitted to NATO, the military alliance. Zelensky has faced fierce criticism from the new administration, said he wants to meet Trump before President Trump meets with Vladimir Putin. Zelensky's been calling for Ukraine to be given NATO membership as part of any deal to end the war. But the Washington-led alliance has been obviously reluctant to make a pledge. He says, quote, "If there's peace for Ukraine, if you really need me to leave my post, I'm ready. I can exchange it for NATO," Zelensky says. A press conference he held in Kyiv, adding that he would depart immediately if necessary. Now, of course, he and Trump have been engaged in a war of words since the U.S. met Russian officials in Saudi Arabia last week. The first high-level talks in 3 years, shocking the West's policy to isolate the Kremlin, infuriating Ukraine and even some European leaders because they weren't involved. In a series of verbal attacks over the last week, Trump has branded Zelensky a dictator, claiming Ukraine started the war, and said, contrary to independent opinion polls, Zelensky is unpopular at home. Zelensky apparently does have a popularity rating above 50%. I don't know, 52, maybe 57. I can't recall exactly, but as far as Ukraine starting the war, Trump pretty much said you could have struck a deal. You could have made a deal. The war didn't have to start, is the way he put it. I guess that's kind of saying you started it. All right, see, one would be offended by the word dictator. If he was a dictator, Zelensky said, I want very much from Trump understanding of each other, adding that security guarantees from the U.S. president were very much needed. Yeah, he also calls on Trump to meet with him before holding any sort of a summit with Putin. He did say there had been progress on a deal to give the U.S. preferential access to their critical resources, those minerals. And Sylvester said that's about $500 billion U.S. dollars worth of rights, apparently, for those minerals. All right, so that's kind of promising. The Kremlin had hailed some of the dialogue between Trump and Vladimir Putin, where his spokesperson called the two extraordinary presidents as promising. It's important that nothing prevents us from realizing the political will of the two heads of state. What do you think the odds are? I am not going to hold my breath on the NATO membership. That's what essentially started the whole thing to begin with. That was Vladimir Putin's line in the sand. They kept discussing NATO membership, and he said, no, not in my backyard. Meanwhile, Hillbilly Tex, what's going on out there?
Good morning, Steve, and all my brother and sister truck drivers. And I want to, first thing off, I want to say a prayer and wish everybody on the first responders, police, fire, and then another thing, all my veterans of this United States give me the right to talk on this phone right here. But now, Steve, I'm so happy I am thinking to build a bonfire and shoot off some bottle rockets over here, because we got Mr. Yes, sir, but we got, all day gum. I done lost my brain of thought here. Joe, what's your name of the radio feller? You know, the one they just elected the security, the chief.
Dan Bongino. Bongino.
Yeah, Dan Bongino. I was thinking John Bongino. Yeah, Dan Bongino. He's a great guy, and for all these judges and these crooked. Well, we got some rhinos over here on the Republican side, but y'all better tune in to Ryan Hall, y'all, the weatherman, because there's a hell of a storm a-coming.
That is correct.
I tell you what, I guarantee, I mean, you know, we got some on our side, too, that they tell you what they want to get elected, and then when they get elected, they vote against what they was elected for. So, but anyway, look at him. This here, oh yeah, that woman, old Joy, right? Adios, amigos, all I can say.
Yes.
But, now, Steve, I couldn't be more prouder than my president is right now. And his team that he's put together is growing every day, and I think he's doing a wonderful job. And if they don't agree with me, they can call me on my phone, and we'll discuss the matter with them. And just everybody have a safe trip home, or whatever you're doing today. Just be safe. And hey, I got you on the Rumble, and I had you on the YouTube till I had to get on the phone, but the app ain't working over here. And tipping the hat, you know, ringing the cowbell, exit 81, Big 75.
I-75. There you go. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. There you go. All right, quickly under some of the industry headlines, we've seen our fair share of hazardous weather wintry systems in numerous states, leading to more suspensions and waivers of certain regulatory requirements. Texas, South Carolina, among the latest to issue emergency declarations last week, talking about severe winter weather conditions, including extended cold temperatures, necessitating the need for regulatory relief. Carriers providing direct assistance to the delivery of propane and home heating oils to storage facilities and homes in Texas are eligible for the relief granted by the state declaration. That's only through Tuesday of this week. The South Carolina waiver extends to the maintenance and restoration of utility services, as well as the uninterrupted transportation of essential goods, equipment, and products to and from the impacted area. Now, certain permit and size, weight requirements are also temporarily suspended under the South Carolina order. Theirs running until March the 4th. Additionally, the FMCSA extended a regional emergency regarding concerns over fuel supplies. Last Thursday, the FMCSA expanded their list of affected states covered under that regional emergency to include Colorado, Iowa, Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota, Virginia, and Wyoming. Drivers and carriers providing a direct assistance in those 7 states, along with the states previously in that regional emergency, are relieved from the maximum driving time requirements. Just across the river there, in the state of Kentucky, the Kentucky Division of Fish and Wildlife Resources apparently monitoring a new case of chronic wasting disease detected across the border in southwestern Indiana. Friday, the Indiana Department of Natural Resources confirming that a 2.5-year-old male deer harvested by a hunter in Posey County, Indiana, tested positive for chronic wasting disease. This is the second case confirmed in Indiana. This has been confirmed in 36 states, including all states that border Indiana. The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife confirming they're closely watching Henderson and Union counties amid concerns the disease may spread. Chronic wasting disease first detected in Kentucky November of 23, initially in a wild deer from Ballard County, followed by a confirmed case in a captive deer from Breckinridge County in October. They've said they've been working to monitor and respond to potential cases. Residents who encounter sick or suspicious deer are encouraged to report their findings using the department's online reporting form, allowing the wildlife program staff to evaluate and, if necessary, follow up on further information. I said that they've tested over 60,000 deer and elk from across the state since 2002. Chronic wasting disease, it's been around for some time. A prion disease caused by abnormal proteins primarily affects white-tailed deer, elk, and other species in the cervid family. It is always fatal in infected animals. No known cure or vaccine available. While it is not believed to be transmissible to humans, the Centers for Disease Control and the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife advise against consuming meat from animals that do test positive for this as a precautionary measure. Now, they say for the latest updates on chronic wasting disease and the ongoing monitoring efforts, residents are encouraged to visit the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources website or follow the department on their social media channels there. Chronic wasting disease, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, let me share some of the comments from the great one, a.k.a. Mark Levin. I mentioned earlier, I have a lot of respect for Levin. He's a very, very intelligent man. But in this particular case, he's not really seeing eye to eye with Donald Trump on the Ukraine-Russia scenario. Last Wednesday on his radio program, actually offering an implicit rebuke of Trump and Trump's rhetoric of the ongoing war. Levin delivered a history lesson on Vladimir Putin's rise to power and various crimes, while essentially going to bat for Vladimir Zelensky. Trump has been scathing in his criticism of Zelensky last week for not holding elections, as well as supposedly being responsible for the conflict and the death of millions of people, despite the fact that Putin invaded Ukraine in 2022 without provocation. Now, after going through his history lesson, he played a clip where his Fox News colleagues, Martha McCallum and Jack Keane, kind of pushed back on Trump before delving into the issues himself. Explaining, he said, "Now look, I don't have a problem if it's the position of our administration to cut back on support for Ukraine, which I oppose, by the way. So be it. Elections have consequences, so be it. But I want to make sure the facts are on the table and you, the American people, draw your own conclusions." Submitting that MAGA does not support Putin. Now, Zelensky ordered martial law. That's what the Constitution there compelled. Zelensky has not called for an election. That's what the Constitution there compels. Now, I'm waiting for the first free election for Vladimir Putin. I mean, it's almost comical in a sick way that Putin is demanding an election. Why is he demanding an election in Ukraine when he doesn't have free, real elections in his country? Why does he try to get to call the shots when, in fact, he murders people who dare to even challenge him? Now, that's what we're dealing with. The old KGB, and not just the KGB. Putin was in like Flynn with the Stasi in East Germany. So I don't know why there are people that not only oppose Zelensky, but seem to support Putin. Attributing the said position to a handful of pseudo-intellectuals pushing policies that in many ways are un-American in his view. Policies that they had espoused these policies not that long ago. People would have wondered if they were on the take or who they're actually working for, something like that. Yeah, not that they are, but people would definitely wonder. So Zelensky's latest poll, he's at 57%. There's the number, 57%. One day after Trump claimed that his approval rating was at 4%, the parliament, with all parties in the parliament, support what he's doing. They're trying to survive. Ukraine did not invade Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't have the industrial might that a Russia has, or a China. A relatively small population, about 40 million people, mostly agricultural country. Mostly an agricultural country. They didn't start this war. What were they supposed to do? Roll over and play dead? 81% of the American people do not trust Putin. 81% of the American people are smart. Because the men and women in this country who've been in the military, who fought wars, they understand. Their families understand. I understand. There needs to be peace between these two countries. And I think Donald Trump is uniquely able to do that now, to pull it off. I really do. But there cannot be peace at any cost. Reagan used to talk about this. Churchill used to talk about it. FDR talked about it. Patton used to talk about it. There's no peace without slavery. If Ukraine is making preposterous demands that cannot be met, that's another problem. But the idea that Ukraine must hold elections in violation of their own constitution as a condition for peace, or that Ukraine must give up more territory as a condition for peace, you have to understand the Ukrainian people don't want to do that. That's why Zelensky is at 57%, higher than most politicians in this country. All right, you got it. Sylvester said, thank you for reading the great one's comments. I've looked at the situation myself, and these are the same conclusions I've come to. So, smart guy, differing opinions, like you said, most of us are kind of to the point where we're saying, how many billions and billions and billions do you want to continue to give? It's not a winnable war in all of our eyes as far as Ukraine defeating Russia. At what point do you say enough's enough? Now, the whole debate about how much territory that Russia has taken in Ukraine, Russia's trying to say, we ain't going to give that land back. They refused to give Crimea back when that invasion took place back, what 2014? Yeah, they maintained that, and now they're saying all the territory they've taken in Ukraine at this point, that's going to be theirs as a condition of ending the war. It's going to be a tough one to negotiate. All right, Knucklebuster, welcome back.
Thanks for having me back again, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, if he wanted a good outcome on that war, he should have done it under Biden, because Biden would have been able to bow down to him, right? Instead of bowing down to Putin. I don't think Biden and Putin like each other anyway. So I sure didn't like Biden, and I ain't crazy about Putin either. So they'll all work it out. Steve, I read that Trump is turning off 8,000 EV chargers at all the government facilities. How them people gonna get home from work, Steve?
I hadn't seen that. Turning off the chargers?
Yeah, that's on the drive. He's turning off all 8,000 electrical vehicle chargers at all federal government buildings.
Okay.
Well, I didn't get it back in till Saturday afternoon there, and Tennessee took me out to dinner Saturday night there. So, and as we were leaving the restaurant, they had about 24 electrical Teslas over there charging, and we was driving by. there was a couple of them. One of them, Steve, they was watching a movie while their car was charging up. Tennessee, and I just waved at them as we drove by in our gas-fired car. How about that?
There you go.
You reckon that ticked them off a little bit? I don't know.
Right.
Might have. I doubt it. Yep. So I think that's a good thing he's cutting off them EVs. So, I mean, if you want one, that's fine. I don't care. If you're going to buy one, we'll spend all that money, go right ahead. But I'd suggest that you spend the extra money, get an EV charger at your own house. Yeah, that'd cost more money, wouldn't it? Well, the next Mini Cooper is going to be switching to rear-wheel drive, Steve.
Really?
Yep, that's what they're talking about doing. There won't be no problem. Well, I don't know if we're going to switch all of them there, but it might just be just think, rear-wheel drive Mini Cooper, and hit snow and ice and big-time spin out. So, I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, you find yourself in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. And Mini Coopers, you might just be able to pick them up and set them back up on the road, right? Small as them things are. I don't know. Well, back in the day, I had a car come up missing. I'm not going to tell you who stole my car because I don't forgive them for it there, but they drove it off in a ditch, both of them, and had mud in the front bumper. That's how I knew it got stolen. So,
run it into the ditch? Okay, hey, we got to pause there. I apologize.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East believes the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas will reach its planned second phase. Steve Witkoff told CNN State of the Union,
"We have to get an extension of phase 1, and so I'll be going into the region this week, probably Wednesday, to negotiate that."
This comes after Israel refused to release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners yesterday in exchange for hostages already released by Hamas. Elon Musk says all federal workers must report what they did last week or be dismissed.
In a social media post over the weekend, Musk wrote employees will receive an email requesting information about what they worked on in the last 7 days, and any failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. The move comes after President Trump said he'd like to see Musk be more aggressive in his efforts to slash the federal workforce. In the first month of Trump's presidency, thousands of federal employees have been laid off, the first of what officials say will be waves of layoffs. I'm Chris Carraggio.
The Washington Employment Security Department is seeing an increase in federal workers applying for unemployment benefits.
650 federal employees have filed for unemployment benefits this year, which is 170 more than this time last year. Governor Bob Ferguson says the state is ready to help all federal employees who are affected by the layoffs. They can apply for unemployment benefits and get help finding new jobs. Washington has approximately 76,000 federal employees. I'm Brad Ford.
Health officials are warning of a measles risk at Texas State University as someone there has tested positive for that illness.
Anyone who was on the TSU campus from 3 to 7 p.m. and Twin Peaks restaurant from 6 to 10 p.m. on Valentine's Day could be at risk for developing measles. Health officials said those who have been exposed will be notified. The Hays County Health Department are working to investigate potential contacts. Texas is dealing with a measles outbreak that officials say is reaching historic levels in the state. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Oklahoma Democratic State Representative Andy Fugate has announced that he's filed a lawsuit challenging the authority of the governor to order state employees doing remote work to return to the office.
This lawsuit is not about whether it's more productive to have butts in seats. It's about the office of the governor overstepping its authority.
He says in addition to causing chaos, the order violates the separation of powers between the executive and legislative branches established in the state constitution. The NYPD is involved in a countrywide manhunt for a serial robber who dresses up as various workers when he commits his crimes.
The NYPD is joining the nationwide manhunt for the serial robber who is dressed in various disguises to commit his crimes. Captain Ryan Gillis leads the NYPD's major case squad.
His name is Yonut Candia. So far we have records of him in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York City, and Canada as well.
Investigators say he's dressed as a handyman, delivery person, construction worker, and more to get into people's homes. Candia is believed to have gotten away with more than $1.6 million in cash and jewelry in more than 24 separate heists. Larry Kofsky.
Well, we begin tonight with the news that MSNBC is canceling Joy Reid's evening show, The Readout. New network president Rebecca Cutler plans to replace the show, which has aired in the 7 p.m. Eastern time slot since 2020. Reid's final episode airs this week. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
That'll be good news. We are less than a week away now from Interstate 40 between North Carolina and Tennessee reopening. State officials announced one lane in each direction will reopen by March 1. Now, March 1 is coming up Saturday. I'm proud of the DOT's focus on this challenge and the road workers who have worked tirelessly to reopen roads and keep people safe. According to Governor Stein, this will help connect North Carolina and Tennessee and allows us to welcome back visitors to bolster the economy. And the stretch of I-40 from exit 20 to exit 15 and from exit 7 to the state line and about 5 miles into Tennessee will be one for standard-sized trucks but not oversized loads. In the 126 days since the closure, contractors have installed 90,000 square feet of soil nail wall, 4 miles of fortified shoulder to carry heavy truck traffic, and 15,200 pounds of steel in the center curb. Permanent reconstruction is expected to begin soon. Ames Construction, the prime contractor. We look forward to working with the DOT Secretary Sean Duffy and our federal partners to have the resources to rebuild our infrastructure. All right, we'll continue working on the rest of the routes until we get those built as well. The latest detour map for western North Carolina can be seen on their website. There are, believe it or not, still 50 routes closed to truck traffic, and a total of 155 roads that remain closed to all vehicles from that damage from Hurricane Helene. 155, obviously smaller roads, side roads, and things of that nature. But all right, welcome back. I'm sorry there, Knucklebuster. Do we still have Knucklebuster? I don't think we do. Okay, well, let's get to Brain Dead. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. How was your weekend, buddy?
Too short, too quick. But here we are back on a Monday. How about you? Did you have a weekend, or do you delivering groceries?
I was doing the latter of the two, just like the dingy one was actually doing that nasty Florida word too. So she pulled a 13-and-a-half-hour shift yesterday.
Wow.
I know, that's what I said. But yeah, so your translation would be what Princess had you doing housework. Is that the translation I was hearing?
I did a bit, yeah. We did some of that.
Yeah. Oh, we had a NASCAR race yesterday, and Christopher Bell won the race, the last lap, and that was a pretty good race. I mean, the guy I had picked to win it, well, one of my three was Ross Chastain. He was up there towards the tail end, and he just got shuffled back, and it was a really good race. Now we come up to one of the really good races that I like, and that's Circuit of Americas. That's the one I really like as a road courses, because you know how odd that I like those races. But Carson Hocevar, the rookie, came in second. That's a really good tell that he's going to win a few races this year. I mean, I really like this kid. I mean, he's been up there. So if I'm going to be somebody to watch the rookies, that's the one I want to really watch for this year for being Rookie of the Year. But there's a few big stories we got going on in the world of NASCAR. Now, I know you're not a Formula One fan, So if you're a Formula One fan, it's not going to be on ESPN next year. The rumor is going to be that Fox, Amazon, or Netflix is going to be working on it. But did you hear the big news, though? ESPN, MLB is dropping ESPN as its broadcast partner. Did you see that?
I have not, no.
That was a huge blow, blow to the sport, just to the sports world in general, because ESPN has carried Major League Baseball games for as long as I can remember, and then some. And I don't know what's going on, because ESPN has dropped F1, and Major League Baseball is pulling out from ESPN, saying that they didn't have no coverage. And, they do have a valid point, the lack of coverage. Because, it's not – because I remember every week it was Sunday Night Baseball. You could turn on ESPN and you can catch a baseball game. And now it's kind of like you're fighting with all these other sports. And so – well, we have some other news going on. Now, do you know who Pitbull is? And I'm not talking about the dog.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I'm familiar.
Well, right before the Daytona 500, it was announced that he wanted to pull out of Trackhouse Racing immediately. Now, don't know what's going on. Don't know what he saw financially. There's no... There's no what's the word I'm looking for? There's no reason why he did this. It kind of came as a shock, because he was a real minority partner. So don't know what's going on in his world. But Corey Heim, he's a good upcoming rookie to really watch for. He's in the Truck Series right now, but he signed this developmental deal with 2311 Racing. Now that's kind of big, because that kind of says, okay, is 2311 going to branch out from Cup into Xfinity or the Truck Series next? That's what's going to happen with this, because obviously they're hedging their money on that they're going to win the lawsuit with NASCAR and possibly start up a Xfinity or a Truck Series team. Now, we do have some sponsorship changes this time. Kubota is extending its sponsorship with Trackhouse. Hamish Vineyards is sponsoring with the Haas Factory team. Here's the big one, and this one took me off guard as well. You know Arby's, right?
Oh yeah,
the little fast food burger. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're going to sponsor Cody Ware for 12 races, and that's Cody Ware of Rick Ware Racing, and that's one of the very underfunded teams. And at the same time, though, they're going to branch over to the NHRA world and sponsor Clay Millican at the U.S. Nationals at Indy and the Thunder Valley Nationals in Bristol. So there's a big story upon which Chipotle is going to sponsor Ryan Blaney for their Real Food for Real Athletes campaign. So, Steve, I know you're going to line up to go to Arby's and Chipotle probably and start getting you them bowls and them roast beef sandwiches, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, a couple more things. Now, remember I said a week ago that Dodge is coming back into NASCAR again?
On the Truck Series, yes.
Actually, right. It's actually Stellantis, and I got caught flack about that. Well, it's not Dodge in the Truck Series, it's Ram. Okay, yeah, I give you the argument, but it's still Stellantis. Now, it is official now. This is contract is signed, sealed, and delivered that Ram or Dodge or whatever you want to say is entering back into the Truck Series in 26. Now, however, in this agreement, all the manufacturers will have to change to a new body style. Now, what is to say they don't go to what this Gen 7 car is, because they're still running the Gen 6 frame. So what's to say they don't make that difference? Now, the bigger story is they are rumored to be coming back into the Cup and Xfinity Series in 27. There's the bigger story, is what is going to happen with that. But finally, Steve, you know that that gas food chain, was it Buc-ee's?
Yeah.
You know them?
Yeah, the anti-trucker chain, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's going to get even more fun. There is a big rumor floating around, and yes, this is big. What's his name that owns the Buc-ee's people? Alvin Berkeley, whatever. I don't know his name. He was at the Daytona 500 being wined and dined by the people in NASCAR, like Jim France and all of those people. The conspiracy theory, Steve, and I got to take my tinfoil hat off for a minute, those people are really starting to come out that Buc-ee's is going to sponsor the series, because remember, Xfinity goes away at the end of the year, that they're going to pick up sponsoring one of the series or do a heavy sponsor like Kroger does with RFK Racing and those teams. So what's to say Buc-ee's does not come in as a sponsor for next year, Steve?
Okay. That'll be interesting.
So that's going to be the one to watch. And speaking of watching, I got an eyeball or two that I need to go watch again. So we'll holler at you later, Steve.
All right, check those eyelids for leaks, as they say, correct? All right, let's see. Legislatively, Senator Cruz last week reintroduced a bill that would exempt tips from federal taxes. Yeah, this has been one of Trump's vows, the bipartisan No Tax on Tips Act, backed by Democrat Senators Jackie Rosen and Catherine Cortez Masto, as well as Republican Senators Pete Ricketts of Nebraska, Steve Daines of Montana, would amend the Internal Revenue Service Code of 1986 to eliminate the application of the income tax on qualified tips through a deduction allowed to all individual taxpayers and other purposes. He had introduced similar legislation in the 118th Congress. Speaking on the no tax on tips, American workers in many industries rely on tipped wages to make ends meet. Today I'm introducing my bipartisan No Tax on Tips Act legislation I authored to fulfill President-elect Donald Trump's promise to end the wrongful practice of taxing voluntary tips. I've long believed the GOP should be the party of bartenders, of waiters and waitresses. This is an important step to ensure we are addressing the economic needs of working Americans. Very good. Okay, last week, other industry headlines: the Greenwich Police in Connecticut, small town USA, targeted commercial vehicles with a special patrol, netting drivers more than $11,000 in fines. The commercial vehicle enforcement effort took place on the February the 19th, last Wednesday. Officers from the Greenwich Police partnered with the Connecticut Department of Motor Vehicle Inspectors for a joint effort. Officers made several traffic stops on commercial vehicles, discovering no insurance violation, a driver without a CDL endorsement while driving a commercial vehicle, a vehicle placed out of service, $11,182 in fines being issued on that one-day blitz. And then lastly here, this little segment, the Texas Department of Public Safety shared dash cam video of a traffic stop in Laredo, resulting in the arrest of a truck driver and several other individuals. Captured on February 12th, South Zapata Highway in Laredo, DPS says a law enforcement officer initiated a stop on a 2011 International truck tractor for a traffic violation. As the truck came to a halt, 10 individuals bailed out of the passenger side, running for the brush, the proverbial clown car sort of scenario, following a multi-agency search that included assistance from a K-9 unit. Police were able to apprehend 7 illegal immigrants and the truck driver, Junior Montoya Alvarez, the 49-year-old. Montoya Alvarez, a Honduran national, they say with lawful permanent status, was arrested for smuggling of persons. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, a lot of talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, being woke. This is kind of comical. GameStop plans to sell its operations in Canada and France. A move the chief executive claimed was driven by the woke business environments in both of those countries. GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen posted an invitation last week via social platform X for those that might be interested in buying the video game retailer's business units in those progressive-leaning nations, stating, email M&A at GameStop.com if you're interested in buying GameStop Canada or Micromania France. High taxes, liberalism, socialism, progressivism, wokeness, and DEI included at no additional cost if you buy today. Obviously, he added that sarcastically. Some social media accounts had rather amusing responses to the sales pitch. Let's see. I can buy it with taxpayer money. Yeah, please be quick to direct message me before Doge gets me, said one account. No one in Canada can afford to buy it from you, another account warned. The firm also said in a Tuesday news release that as part of its evaluation of its international assets, the company intends to pursue a sale of its operations in France and Canada. The release also included the M&A at GameStop.com address for those who wanted to submit inquiries. GameStop, headquartered in Grapevine, Texas, has closed quite a few stores in recent years. The changing marketplace dynamics and consumer habits, especially since many video game enthusiasts now buy their games online. Executives in a regulatory filing submitted at the end of last year said the company has initiated a comprehensive store portfolio optimization review, which involves identifying stores for closure based on a number of factors, an evaluation of current market conditions and individual store performance. All right, while the review is ongoing and a specific number of stores has not been identified for closure, we anticipate it may result in the closure of a larger number of stores than we've closed in the past few years. Seems that GameStop's been struggling, so they're making a reasonable pivot toward updating the business model, but Cohen and his team are surely especially eager to get rid of their operations in woke Canada and France. Given the current state of the world, GameStop would surely prefer to operate in their home state of Texas relative to any jurisdiction with liberalism, socialism, progressivism, wokeness, and DEI. All right, in other words, no one's going to be jumping on Cohen's offer anytime soon, and if they do, it'll almost certainly be despite wokeness rather than because of it. But all right, Eagle will be joining us here this Monday morning. Got a couple minutes till news break, so hang in there. Eagle got you coming up next, and room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, Jordan Belfort, entrepreneur and subject of the 2013 movie. Remember The Wolf of Wall Street? Was speaking out about what's going on with Elon Musk. He said losing track of trillions of dollars doesn't happen by accident. And he's crediting Elon Musk with saving the country from going broke. Waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government had reached biblical proportions, he said. He made those comments in an interview last week in response to the Doge finding roughly $4.7 trillion in payments that were dispersed by the Treasury without an identification code, meaning traceability is all but impossible. He said, listen, it's like the oldest trick in the book. Back in the day, when I wanted to hide my spending from my father, who worked for me, he was the gatekeeper. So what do? You just leave everything blank where the money goes. Well, who knows? You can't trace it. Doge found trillions were sent without a Treasury access symbol, which is a standard financial process that identifies what payments were and where they were sent. Now, leaving that blank just does not happen by accident. He praises Musk for digging out the fraud. So thank God, Elon, because without him, we would be going broke. We would go broke. Yeah, Musk earlier this month asserted that roughly $1 billion per week in entitlement payments are unequivocal and obvious fraud. Yeah, everything at the Treasury was geared towards complaint minimization, he said at the time. Receive money, don't complain. But people who don't receive money, especially fraudsters, complain very loudly. So the fraud was allowed to continue.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An American Airlines flight that took off from New York was escorted by Italian fighter jets after being diverted to Rome for security reasons. Reports indicate a bomb threat. Law enforcement met the plane on the ground as soon as it landed. No explosive was located. The Trump administration is set to pull all civil servants employed by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, on administrative leave Monday at midnight, as well as cut 2,000 employees from that agency. A notice shows the maneuver being called a reduction in force and was delivered from the office of the administrator. AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline is down to $3.14 a gallon. The highest prices in the nation can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.20, while the lowest prices are found in Jones County, Mississippi at $2.53. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Must have been about an hour and a half ago. Larry posted, what a way to start the week. Not what I need. Got an air leak. We're broke down in Waterbury, Connecticut. About 30 minutes from the drop. But road service at the time said it's going to be 60 to 90 minutes. So maybe they're on the scene by now. That's why everybody loves Mondays. That's the way to start your week, right? Hello to the Iron Duck, checking in from Monroe, Ohio. He said, it's a beautiful day for trucking in the USA. Thank you very much. All right, Roki joined us at some point. Yeah, we touched on that a little bit earlier. Dan Bongino giving up his podcast to become the next deputy director of the FBI, working directly under Kash Patel, rooting out the corruption in the Department of Justice and the FBI. Those two will be reporting directly to none other than the Attorney General Pam Bondi. That's big. Big time. All right, promise we get to Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there. Eagle, what's happening this Monday?
Yeah, okay, how you doing? Yeah, Steve, yeah, I was going to talk about NASCAR, but due to some late-breaking news, well, not late-breaking, but some news that's going on with Elon Musk and Lozinski situation, I'm going to just want to make one quick note about NASCAR, and I'll probably talk about it tomorrow when I call in. I watched the race today in Atlanta, a good race, a lot of action, a lot of passing all day long. They were running wide open all day long. Didn't get the result that they wanted. Toyota won. Kyle Larson Chevrolet came in second, hoping a Chevrolet driver would pull in the victory lane, but he got he got third place, but didn't get the result we wanted. Definitely when Toyota wins, that's not good. So hopefully next week in Texas, I might be able to make it to that race, the road course. So we'll see what happens if I can get to that race. But I'm going to try to get to the road course. I've never been to a road course. But I'll have to go into detail more about that tomorrow. I want to focus on what's going on with Elon Musk. And first I'm going to talk about Lozinski, Steve. Because, see, I never liked this guy from the jump start. As I told you this 4 years ago, I knew that this guy was nothing but a crook, and a thief, basically what he is. Okay, so now he comes up with some new things, Steve, and this is putting Donald Trump and the world at a crossroads, and I think this is all a plan by this guy. Because I want to ask you one simple question, Steve, before I get started about what I'm gonna say. Didn't Vladimir Putin say that he didn't want Ukraine to enter into NATO? Didn't he say that bad things would happen if Ukraine entered into NATO? Am I right or am I wrong?
That is 100% correct. I mean, that was the line in the sand Putin had said, and at least that's the excuse he used for going in.
Okay, so now we hear that Lozinski says that he will resign his position in Ukraine as president if Ukraine is allowed to enter NATO. Now, that don't sound like a good deal to me, because we don't know what Vladimir Putin is capable of doing. He hasn't, as far as I know, Vladimir Putin hasn't spoken out on this situation as of the last 24 hours. But you could better believe Vladimir Putin knows about it, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't like it. If anything is possible, Steve, Donald Trump needs to immediately get Vladimir Putin on the telephone, or even have a meeting with this man to see where his head is and what this guy's thinking. Me personally, I don't think that Ukraine should be allowed into NATO, because first of all, they don't put any money into it. They haven't done anything but take money, and they have stole money basically, and they have nothing to bring to NATO as far as I'm concerned. They shouldn't be allowed to get in, because like I said, they're not qualified to be in as far as I'm concerned. And you know, like I say, I've told you in the past that Vladimir Putin is hot air. He's talked a lot of trash about what he's going to do. He's going to send missiles this, send missiles that. He never does it. But we don't know what this man is capable of. This guy is drawing a line in the sand about Ukraine. So we don't know what this guy is capable of. I don't trust Lozinski looking at him. As far as I'm concerned, Donald Trump and whoever is supposed to meet with this guy should take the offer off the table. Tell Lozinski, no, you're not going to be. Your country is not going to be allowed to enter into NATO until we see where Vladimir Putin. He's the guy that's going to have a final decision as far as I'm concerned, Steve, because Vladimir Putin is a very dangerous man, and he has nuclear weapons and other weapons. We don't know what this guy is capable of if he doesn't like how the deal goes. So as far as I'm concerned, the deal is off with Zelensky until Vladimir Putin says what the hell he has to say, and I anticipate that happening probably tomorrow. Within the next 24 hours, Vladimir Putin will have some type of opinion on what the hell is going to happen with Ukraine. Now, let's move on to the other situation. Now, Steve, I play hardball just as hard as anybody out there, brother. I play hardball, the hardball game, because like I say, I'm fed up with these politicians in Washington, D.C., just like a lot of people are. But Elon Musk, he plays hard. He plays ball at an even harder level than even I can anticipate, Steve. When I turned my television on today and I saw headlines on the screen that said Elon Musk says that federal workers must justify what the hell they've been doing for the last couple of weeks or months, or that's considered a resignation if you don't give some type of reply. Even I was in shock, Steve. Even I could not believe that. Because, see, I don't give a damn about those people one way or the other, because anybody that refuses to go to work and wants to sit at home and do what the hell they want to do, yet still receive pay, that could care less what happens to them, to be honest with you. But even I couldn't believe that Elon Musk offered these people this type of ultimatum, to where if you don't tell me what the hell you've been doing for the last years or the last couple of days, that's considered a resignation. And then I hear that somebody is telling these people that they shouldn't respond to Elon Musk. Well, that person that told them that, they should be fired too. Because, see, Steve, all this money is being unnecessarily spent in America, and Elon Musk and Donald Trump is getting to the bottom of it. They've been running the swamp, has been running Washington, D.C. for way too long, and they've been robbing and stealing from the American people for too long. And I'm glad that Elon Musk is putting the foot down on these people in doing exactly what he needs to do in eliminating people, because that's what it should have been done a long time ago, Steve. So, like I said, even though I'm in shock at the way Elon Musk is handling business, I got a very big smile on my face, because I like it, because I'm sick of these politicians going to Washington, D.C., making $100,000 salary and walking out of D.C. years later, multimillionaires such as Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and the list goes on and on and on, of these people that's walking out with scot-free. Joe Biden, the whole deal, that have walked out with multimillionaires at the expense of American people. So the only thing I got to say before I hang up with you, Steve, is Elon Musk, brother, keep doing what you're doing, because I got a big smile on my face, and I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, and the cuts just keep on coming, right? What do we see from the Pentagon? Pentagon will be dismissing close to 5,400 probationary civilian workers this week, maximizing efficiency and productivity. We anticipate reducing the department's civilian workforce by 5 to 8% to produce efficiencies and refocus the department of the president's priorities in restoring readiness in the force. Now, that's the word from the acting Undersecretary for Personnel and Readiness at the Department of Defense. We expect approximately 5,400 will be released beginning this week as part of the initial effort, after which we will implement a hiring freeze while we conduct a further analysis of our personnel needs, complying, as always, with all applicable laws. Pete Hegseth laid out his priorities for the tenure, which will focus on slashing fiscal fraud, waste, and abuse at the Department of Defense, and looking for ways to reallocate the military's budget. We want you, the American people, the taxpayers, to understand why we are making decisions that we are making here. Adding that with the Department of Government Efficiency, we're focusing as much as we can on headquarters, on fat and redundancies, the top line stuff that allows us to reinvest elsewhere. Now, as the Secretary made clear, it's simply not in the public interest to retain individuals whose contributions are not mission critical, Taxpayers deserve to have us look through at our workforce top to bottom, see where we can eliminate redundancies. If the planned reductions, 5 to 8%, eventually go through, the military would be cutting 47,500 to as many as 76,000 of the roughly 950,000 civilian employees. Now, there's obviously arguments. Many of them, the media wants to call these exclusively cuts. Hegseth said, it's not a cut. It's refocusing and reinvesting funds into building a force to protect the American people. Yeah, CNN reported last week that the planned layoffs would be in violation of Title 10, Section 129A of the U.S. Code that mandates the Defense Secretary conduct an appropriate analysis of how major dismissals could impact the military's lethality and readiness before being implemented. I don't know. I saw a post. It was kind of a meme scenario with a young gentleman who supposedly was part of these government cuts. And he said, thanks to Trump, I just lost my job. And matter of fact, my entire team had just lost their jobs. We were part of the department investigating how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck food.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shine Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, earlier, Horse Feathers brought up the scenario that occurred in Pennsylvania over the weekend. At a hospital's intensive care unit, a man armed with a pistol, carrying zip ties, enters the intensive care unit Saturday, taking staff members hostage before ultimately being killed by police in a shootout that also left an officer dead. 3 workers at UPMC Memorial Hospital, including a doctor, a nurse, and a custodian, and 2 other officers were shot and wounded in the attack. According to the York County District Attorney, a 4th staffer was injured in a fall. Gunfire erupted as officers went to engage the shooter, who they've identified as Diogenes Archangel Ortiz, a 49 years old. He said Archangel Ortiz was holding at gunpoint a female staff member who had her hands bound by zip ties when police opened fire. Yeah, Barker said, "This is a huge loss to our community. It's absolutely clear beyond any and all doubt that the officers were justified in taking their action using deadly force." Now, while the investigation is in the early stages, it appears Archangel Ortiz had previous contact with the hospital's ICU earlier in the week for a medical purpose involving another individual, and he intentionally targeted the workers there. No one answered the door Saturday, an address in York believed to be that of Archangel Ortiz. The officer who died was identified as Andrew Duarte of the West York Borough Police Department. According to the borough manager speaking to the Associated Press, "We all have broken hearts and are grieving at his loss." Duarte was a law enforcement veteran who joined the department in 2022 after 5 years with the Denver Police Department. He described receiving a Hero Award in 2021 from Mothers Against Drunk Driving for his work in impaired driving enforcement for the state of Colorado. Let's see. His LinkedIn profile said, "I have a type A personality and like to succeed in all that I do." Duarte also worked as a patrol officer in Denver, was highly regarded for his work, and was close friends with other officers. According to the department there, Governor Shapiro said he met Saturday evening with Duarte's parents and fellow officers who were wounded. Their willingness to run toward danger helped save the lives of others. I'm grateful for them and all law enforcement who answered the call today in York. So that kind of answers the question. I obviously had a family member that was something involving the ICU unit there earlier last week, came back vengefully and is now deceased, along with a law enforcement officer, and there's the rest of the story. Welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for touching in on that, Your Honor. So I guess the only thing that doesn't do is the history of Ortiz there and what his background is and what, his either being here in America or their family or what, all that. So maybe we'll find out a little bit more about him too. But anyways, so you were talking about people being laid off from the government, and you touched on the size of the military there, the Pentagon type. So the wife looked up there, like the total number of government employees is right now like over 3 million people, somewhere in that area.
Okay.
And but you look back at like 2021, 2020, it was just over 2 million. So in the last 4 years, the amount of people that have been added to the payroll of the federal government is so this really just cutting back to where things were that probably weren't needed, that were just added on as, just a, we got elected here, so we'll give this person a job and we'll create this department. This person wants to, look at, snails at the bottom of the ocean or something. So we'll create a department and add all these different people.
I mean, does it make you kind of?
Like
it makes you kind of wonder were they just hiring at the federal level to try and maybe keep those unemployment numbers looking positive, to make it look like the economy was in better shape?
Well, that would happen too with that, wouldn't it, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, absolutely. It's all wrapped up together. In the grand scheme of what was being portrayed there, and as you said, the perception, it's all about perception, and what's going on now. We got the Democrats, talking about how the FBI and the Department of Justice are going to be used to go after the political enemies, weaponized to go after the political. Oh, wait a minute. you're accusing this government now of doing exactly what you did. So I guess it's hopefully that everybody will pay attention now and then forget what happened in the past 4 years before this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but it always seems like the best way to get people to forget what you did is to accuse the next people of doing exactly what you did, because you wouldn't accuse somebody of doing what you did if you didn't. No, wait a minute. But they did do it.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, go figure. But anyways, then talking about the cuts now, you mentioned there a little bit back there that you had a program director, I believe, Daryl Park, and he posted on Facebook there a little thing about the United States Post Office and their electric vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you want to touch on that a little bit. I didn't get a chance to read his whole thing, but I can probably come up with an idea of what he posted, and it probably goes into line of what you said last week about the amount of electric charging stations that were supposedly purchased. The money was allocated to purchase and install, and how many actually got done of how many they said they were going to do. And I'm sure the electric vehicles of the Postal Service are on about the same line, and the cost per vehicle compared to what the old internal combustion engine Jeeps used to be. But can only imagine how many gallons of gas you could buy on top of buying the brand new internal combustion engine Jeep compared to what it costs to buy one electric mail delivery vehicle at the rate that they were probably being charged for them. So I don't know. I didn't know. Maybe you might be able to touch on that, see where all that would go. But other than that, that's about what we got going for you. We still got some, I don't know, partly cloudy skies. Yeah, we got some partly cloudy skies here and about 31 degrees. So, just under the freezing mark. But from what I understand, the rest of the week there, we're supposed to be in the 50s all week for highs. So I think spring might be on the way here at this point. I don't know. Can we check back with that Roden out there in Punxsutawney? Can we check back with him and see if he got an exact date? That he kind of put out there 6 weeks.
When is the 6 weeks up? Yeah, because it was February 2nd, so we're about 4 weeks in.
There you go.
That was
all right, Your Honor.
Groundhog's Day. Wasn't it second or third, I think? All right, we get a news break as we hit the top of the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East believes the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas will reach its planned second phase. Steve Witkoff told CNN State of the Union,
"We have to get an extension of phase one, and so I'll be going into the region this week, probably Wednesday, to negotiate that."
This comes after Israel refused to release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners yesterday in exchange for hostages already released by Hamas. Elon Musk says all federal workers must report what they did last week or be dismissed.
In a social media post over the weekend, Musk wrote employees will receive an email requesting information about what they worked on in the last 7 days, and any failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. The move comes after President Trump said he'd like to see Musk be more aggressive in his efforts to slash the federal workforce. In the first month of Trump's presidency, thousands of federal employees have been laid off, the first of what officials say will be waves of layoffs. I'm Chris Coraggio.
The Washington Employment Security Department is seeing an increase in federal workers applying for unemployment benefits.
650 federal employees have filed for unemployment benefits this year, which is 170 more than this time last year. Governor Bob Ferguson says the state is ready to help all federal employees who are affected by the layoffs. They can apply for unemployment benefits and get help finding new jobs. Washington has approximately 76,000 federal employees. I'm Brad Ford.
Health officials are warning of a measles risk at Texas State University as someone there has tested positive for that illness.
Anyone who was on the TSU campus from 3 to 7 p.m. and Twin Peaks restaurant from 6 to 10 p.m. on Valentine's Day could be at risk for developing measles. Health officials said those who have been exposed will be notified. The Hays County Health Department are working to investigate potential contacts. Texas is dealing with a measles outbreak that officials say is reaching historic levels in the state. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Oklahoma Democratic State Representative Andy Fugate has announced that he's filed a lawsuit challenging the authority of the governor to order state employees doing remote work to return to the office.
This lawsuit is not about whether it's more productive to have butts in seats. It's about the office of the governor overstepping its authority.
He says in addition to causing chaos, the order violates the separation of powers between the executive and legislative branches established in the state constitution. The NYPD is involved in a countrywide manhunt for a serial robber who dresses up as various workers when he commits his crimes.
The NYPD is joining the nationwide manhunt for the serial robber who is dressed in various disguises to commit his crimes. Captain Ryan Gillis leads the NYPD's major case squad.
His name is Yonut Candia. So far, we have records of him in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York City, and Canada as well.
Investigators say he's dressed as a handyman, delivery person, construction worker, and more to get into people's homes. Candia is believed to have gotten away with more than $1.6 million in cash and jewelry in more than 24 separate heists. Larry Kofsky.
Well, we begin tonight with the news that MSNBC is canceling Joy Reid's evening show, The Readout. New network president Rebecca Cutler plans to replace the show, which has aired in the 7 p.m. Eastern time slot since 2020. Reid's final episode airs this week. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, Horse Feathers here a few minutes ago mentioned Daryl Parks and his post about the U.S. Postal Service. He didn't have a whole lot to say, but he shares the photograph of what will be the newly designed U.S. Postal Service vehicles. Let me just say they're ugly-ass trucks, but he said, from the organization that loses billions of dollars every year, can no longer reliably deliver mail on time or even daily, they present the next generation mail truck. What's that old saying about a horse designed by a committee is a camel? Looking at this thing, and many of you with even a little winter driving experience will know. Guess what's gonna get stuck in just a few inches of snow? Of course, Daryl resides in the Buffalo, New York area, where they're no stranger to inches or feet of snow at any given time during the winter months with the lake effect snows. It's a kind of a long nose, boxy looking thing, but it's got a massive front windshield. But then what is the height clearance ground level? Maybe 6-8 inches. I mean, it's very low to the ground. Yes, it's this thing ain't gonna be getting through 6 or 8 inches of snow, maybe even less. Leave it to the U.S. Postal Service to design a loser. All right, we did get the email from the lovely Dingbat this past day for our Manic Monday. Hope you had a great weekend, as well as we were working for the weekend. Had a nice warm-up yesterday. All that white crap disappearing. Today's notable birthdays. On 1874, Baseball Hall of Famer Honus Wagner was born. In 1921, on this date, comedian and actor Abe Vigoda finally was born. And finally, 1955, Steve Jobs was born on this date. All right, today is National Steak Burger Day. Now that I can get on board with. It is National Tortilla Chip Day, National Bartender Day. And finally, Brain Dead and Scotty, a.k.a. Demon, asked me to point out that today is National Trading Card Day. As both Brain Dead and Scotty are trading card aficionados for many, many years. All right, the Wayback Machine is warmed up on this date. 1839, William Otis patents the steam shovel. In 1868, the House of Representatives impeaches President Andrew Johnson on this date. It was a 126-47 vote. 1938, DuPont begins production of the nylon toothbrush bristles on this date. 1945, U.S. TOPS, T-O-P-P-S, successfully defeat the Japanese for Manila. 1969, on this date, Mariner 6 launches for a Mars flyby to study the Martian atmosphere. 2008, on this date, Fidel Castro steps down as the president of Cuba. And finally, in 2011, the final launch of the Space Shuttle Discovery on this date. That's it for a Monday. Safe travels, and God bless to all out there in listener land. Okay. What's Pup got on his mind this morning? Hey there, Pup.
Hey, morning, Steve. Hey, I'm just getting my day started. What's going on with your app? It says you're on air, but there's no volume.
Yep, the app is it is inoperable this morning for some reason. You may get 2 or 3 seconds of audio, then it cuts out again. I sent a note earlier to Ryan this morning, and he did respond back. He said the problem lies at radio.co. That's who the app feeds the app. So he said until they get things fixed up over there, hopefully sooner rather than later. So everybody had to kind of jump over to Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, that kind of stuff this morning.
Yeah, I jumped over to YouTube. I was just curious because that app makes things so much easier because we get to log in and do a lot of our stuff on our phones and everything. And with it on YouTube, I'd miss a lot of the show. When I started listening, though, Dan Bongino's given up his shows to go as FBI Assistant Director?
Deputy Director of the FBI, that is correct. The big announcement.
Holy smolies. I'm happy for him, I guess, but, he had a lot of inside sources and stuff. And I know Pappy loved listening to him, and I did too, and stuff, and that'd be a conflict of interest now if he had put his shows on and say he had inside sources. So
correct. So he's,
that.
Pappy was just ecstatic, though, like realizing that, how did he put it earlier? He said, Bongino knows where the bodies are buried. He knows from the sources what's been going on there. This is going to be a major house cleaning at the FBI.
Yeah, with him and Cash there, man.
Yep.
I'm telling you what, I totally agree with Pappy on this one, but that's how we got a lot of our neat information. So I guess we'll have to find some other way. So no, I was just curious about that app. I sure hope they get that going and stuff, Steve. And that's about all I had.
Hey, the other big story that you're probably going to be so upset about is MSNBC is canceling Joy Reid's program. I know you were a nightly watcher of Joy Reid.
Oh my gosh! I don't think my TV even goes to that channel, Steve. I know I've got it on there, but I couldn't tell you what the number is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. I mean, and you were correct when you were talking about a lot of times to make those jobs things look good, they were hiring federal employees. It wasn't the entrepreneurs and stuff like that out here in Middle America that were hiring people. It was federal government people. And I feel bad that they lost their job, but they get paid by us taxpayers, and they're just cutting out the fat.
Yes, that is correct.
So, all right. Well, keep the good work up there, Elon, and I hope Bongino the best. I agree with Pappy on this one. So, hey, you have a great day, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
All right, let's hope the app's back up and running tonight. I know that they'll be on that today. I'm trying to remember where this radio.co is actually based out of, and I think that they might be some company that's like based out of the UK. So I don't know what the hell time of day it is there, but industry news. Hey, are you ready for some positive trucking industry news? A freight market upcycle may begin as soon as late in the first quarter of this year, according to the Owina Foundation's January freight market update. Now, concerns remain even with signs pointing in the right direction, according to Andrew King, the foundation's director of operations. While there are positive things occurring, such as capacity finding an equilibrium, which has helped push rates modestly upward, we're still waiting for manufacturing activity to increase and for the housing market to bounce back. The next upcycle appears to be on the horizon. Now, tariff and monetary policies could curtail or possibly even derail trucking's recovery. In the van market, the market demand index increased more than normal in December, likely due to winter storms. Largest increase from the south central region. There was dramatic improvement in the spread between the spot rate and the 3-year moving average, but more movement is needed to reach parity there. Now, that could come in the next month or two, according to the foundation. Also, sales and inventory ratios are heading in a positive direction. Household appliances have been performing well since late 23, while furniture appears poised to turn the corner. The flatbed market neck ratios were more favorable for carriers operating in the southeast and the northeast. The flatbed composite index rose for the second consecutive month, following adjustments. It was still below the 3-year average. While the Federal Reserve started to reverse its monetary policy by issuing rate cuts into September, it's going to take several months to see the effect of this, as rates don't directly impact mortgage rates and inflation continues to be a problem. Building materials, garden equipment, and supplies dealers' inventories were 8% above their 2019 levels. This was a significant headwind for future freight demand as demand overall remained low. In the reefer market, an increase in freight and a sudden drop in capacity resulted in a 26% month-over-month increase in the market demand index. Spot rates improved and had increased year over year, incredibly close to positive territory. According to the Department of Agriculture, carriers in the Mexico-Arizona region experienced the greatest increase in pay per mile month over month, while all regions experienced decreases in volumes. We do not believe the data is accurate. Instead, there appears to be some sort of error in the Department of Agriculture's reporting. Capacity levels were mixed across the country, availability the tightest in the Pacific Northwest. Now, the trucking market overall, winter weather is driving significant spot activity in January. Lower Class 8 supply over the past several months support a return to rate increases. The capacity additions will be considerable, he says. New Class 8 sales increase while new orders declined. The Logistics Managers Index showed transportation is continuing its upward trajectory. The average diesel prices declined year over year for 22 straight months, which has been one of the few silver linings for owner-operators. Preliminary used truck prices turned positive year over year for the first time in 25 months. Some positive news. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
That's pretty interesting. Someone remarking that what you've heard from the mainstream media ad nauseum. Donald Trump is a racist, a chauvinist, a homophobe, a bigot. So, Kash Patel is about to be the first Indian to ever head the FBI. He's also the son of immigrant parents. Marco Rubio is the first Latin Secretary of State. Oh, also the son of immigrant parents. Susie Wiles is the first female Chief of Staff. Scott Besnest, who is an openly gay man, is now Secretary of the Treasury. Kirsty Noem is actually the second woman to be Secretary of Homeland Security. Richard Grenell, the envoy who just brought back 6 American hostages from Venezuela, is openly gay. Tulsi Gabbard could be the second woman to head the National Intelligence. Oh, and she's of Samoan descent. Fine, but he's got this weird hair, and he's got this orange skin. That's good. Suck it up, libs. Embrace sanity for a change of pace. And some interesting tidbits in the mix there that I was not aware of, but hey, you learn something new every day. Hey, it's the loneliest hour. There's Knucklebuster. I got your emails from the drive there.
Thanks.
That's pretty interesting stuff about shutting down the charging stations. You are correct. Wow.
Yes, sir. Well, that's going to really upset America. I apologize for putting you on hold earlier there. Tennessee called in. She was having a low blood sugar, and she wanted me to stay on the phone with her until we could get some pineapple juice in her and get it all ready. But for anybody that's got a spouse that's diabetic and you're on the road, me calling 911 down here in Texas is not going to get it. So I've got our local police department non-emergency phone number. I can call them. I got it set right up there on the phone. Just boom, touch it, and I can call them. I have to tell them how to get in the door. You don't have to have a key to get into my front door. You just got to know the right code there, right?
Yep.
That'll turn the alarm off also. And then you got to warn them about Ziggy, because Ziggy's going to jump on them and try to lick them to death. I got one hell of a guard dog, don't I? Yeah. But anyway, she got some pineapple juice in her blood sugar come back up. That she was getting under the blankets and turning the heat up, going back to sleep. So
good.
I'll check on her there as soon as the sun comes up in the morning. Other than that, she's okay. I was going to ask you earlier, you're talking about them propane haulers down here in Texas. Is a horse peddler going to come down here and start running Texas now?
I don't think so. He's been running 7 days a week as it is.
Oh, well, yeah, he might not want to come this far south. I don't blame him there. Well, it's not really that much warmer down here right now. It's been raining down here in East Texas, so I'll be glad when all that mess is over there. Anyway, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret, some Stabile, some T tumblers overnight drive. I'm playing it off of the cuff. I don't have my notes pulled up right now, and I want to give a Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Field. And it's been a good show so far, Mr. T. Tumblers. It's a Monday on a Monday because the app messed up, right?
That is correct. The greatest day of the week.
Oh, yeah, no, the greatest day of the week when I get to the house. Hi, Mr. T.
All right, have a good morning there, Knuckle Buster. All right, that's a good idea, though, for folks who have the significant other at home, a diabetic. Yeah, when that blood sugar drops, they can go into diabetic shock, go into a diabetic coma. All right, electric vehicles. He mentioned this earlier, and he sent the link from The Drive. I guess for all these government employees, with electric vehicles, you ain't getting no more free charges from the taxpayers. Electric vehicles are not mission critical, says the Trump administration, ordering all electric vehicle chargers located at federal buildings to be shut down nationwide and newly purchased electric vehicles to be offloaded. This on the heels of pausing the already promised electric vehicle infrastructure funding. The U.S. General Services Administration, or GSA, is the federal agency responsible for contracts and procurement as they relate to the government's real estate, IT, products, and equipment that includes vehicles. According to The Verge, there are several hundred charging stations managed by the GSA, which amounts to roughly 8,000 charging ports around the country, and they're now going to be turned off. As the GSA has worked to align with the current administration, we have received direction that all GSA-owned charging stations are not mission critical. Neither government-owned vehicles nor privately owned vehicles will be able to charge at these charging stations once they're out of service, they say. Now, who were these available to? Hey, we got to pause there, so hold that thought. We'll come back with more following our news break, and it is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An American Airlines flight that took off from New York was escorted by Italian fighter jets after being diverted to Rome for security reasons. Reports indicate a bomb threat. Law enforcement met the plane on the ground as soon as it landed. No explosive was located. The Trump administration is set to pull all civil servants employed by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, on administrative leave Monday at midnight, as well as cut 2,000 employees from that agency. A notice shows the maneuver being called a reduction in force and was delivered from the office of the administrator. AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline is down to $3.14 a gallon. The highest prices in the nation can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.20, while the lowest prices are found in Jones County, Mississippi at $2.53. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Eagle wanted to chime in. I forgot to mention that to him earlier. I know he is probably just heartbroken, despondent this morning that Joy Reid's program is being canceled. You're right. It's hang in there. I want to get back real quick and finish up with the electric vehicle chargers. The thousands that are being turned off. These electric vehicle chargers were available for government-issued electric vehicles, as well as those personally owned by federal employees. An internal announcement is scheduled to be made sometime this week. However, some federal offices have already been instructed to take the chargers offline. Also offline is the GSA's Electrify the Fleet page. All right, the agency's electrification-related blogs are still up and searchable for now, including one that references the benefits of electric vehicles. The Verge reports that under the Biden administration, gas-powered vehicles were being phased out, as we know, in favor of electrification. The GSA currently manages a fleet of approximately 650,000 vehicles, more than half of which were slated to be replaced by electric vehicles. In a press release March of last year, the GSA announced that more than 58,000 zero-emission vehicles had been ordered, that more than 25,000 new charging ports had begun installation. Now, actually, how many ZEVs, zero-emission vehicles, were received and chargers installed between then and now is not clear. What happens to the disconnected chargers is unknown. What happens to the recently purchased electric vehicles is also one big shrug emoji. Who knows? They will be offloaded from the fleet, yes, but whether they're sold or simply put into storage is anyone's guess right now. Will they be replaced with gas-powered vehicles? If so, will the gas cars be resurrected? Older vehicles or newer ones that require additional agency spending can say at least be hybrids because gas is expensive again? Another question mark is whether other federal agencies will follow suit. The Verge says that many of them use the GSA-managed EV chargers. If those are out of service, where is a federal law enforcement or military electric vehicle supposed to go? The first thing you see on the GSA website is its motto: delivering effective and efficient government services for the American people. However, given there will be 8,000 fewer chargers for thousands of existing government-issued EVs that could now be stranded or see increased cost, the GSA seems to be doing the opposite. But all right, hello to Steve in Columbus. The weekend went by way too fast, but we were able to enjoy. Coffee's hot, cars warmed up. Time to head into town, see what the world of dispatch has to offer today. Everybody enjoy the day. Happy Monday. All right, thank you much, Steve. Yeah, Eagle, I know you're totally disappointed. Joy Reid being canceled. How about that?
Yeah, that's what I meant. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about the first time. I forgot about it. Yeah, Steve, Joy Reid, she finally out of business, and that's a good thing. That's one of the most blatant racists on television besides Al Sharpton, another guy that's employed by MSNBC. Like I said before, they ought to disconnect the whole channel, not just certain people, and especially Rachel Maddow. She's still employed, and that's hopefully that'll be the next move that MSNBC makes, is to put her in the unemployment line, because that whole station is nothing but bogus and speak nothing but propaganda against the United States and Donald Trump day after day, Steve. And like I said, I talked to you for years about that guy Don Lemon, and Don Lemon is still unemployed. Steve, he's been reduced to making videos on TikTok. I was looking at TikTok a couple of days ago, and guess what? He's still talking about Donald Trump. Even though he lost his job at CNN, he still didn't learn his lesson. So because no other TV network would be dumb enough to give him a job. So all he can do now is get on TikTok and badmouth Donald Trump. So this just shows you how stupid these people are, Steve, and how big a loser. Because nobody wants to hear that garbage that Joy Reid preaches day after day about Donald Trump. And like I said, you know, she's one of those people that hates America. And if you hate America so much, why you still living here? Why don't you go ahead and make your move out of the country? Is the way I see it, because nobody cares about that. And I told you this for years about MSNBC and CNN, Steve. The whole network needs to be taken off the air, and hopefully Donald Trump will see to that happens. But some other news that I heard about that I didn't even know about, because I didn't hear the first part of your show, was with Dan Bongino. I heard you talk to another caller about that, and that's a good thing. Dan Bongino is going in because he knows everything about the Secret Service, FBI, because he used to be an agent for Barack Obama when Obama was president. So Dan Bongino, I hate to hear his radio show is going out there, but that's a good thing that he's going in. Yeah, Steve, Donald Trump, man, I don't like to use this type of language, but Donald Trump is kicking ass and taking names in year 2025, and that's exactly the way it's supposed to be. And one other note, Steve, that happened over the weekend, I think it happened on Friday, was an altercation that Donald Trump had with the governor of Maine, where maybe you can go over this, where Donald Trump clearly said that men are not going to play in women's sports, but apparently, I think that she's supposed to be a lesbian. Apparently, she thinks that men should be allowed to play in women's sports, and she tried to confront Donald Trump, and she said that Donald Trump said they wasn't going to be allowed, and she said, well, I'll see you in court, and Donald Trump said that'll be a good thing to see you in court because you'll lose that case, and she'll lose the federal funding, and hopefully she'll lose her job too, because Donald Trump is not playing games. Men shouldn't play in women's sports. Simple as that. You disagree with it, that's your problem, not Donald Trump. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, there you go. Yeah, I knew he'd be just thoroughly thrilled about Joy Reid, one of the most racist voices to ever find themselves behind a microphone on a national television station, a network. Well, speaking along that line, as part of the government-wide efforts to comply with the new administration's policies, transgender officers working for the Transportation Security Administration, the TSA, the premier security force at U.S. airports, will no longer be permitted to conduct pat-downs of travelers. Documents prepared by the Department of Homeland Security, TSA's parent federal agency, obtained by Newsmax, concerning the new policy distributed by email to TSA security directors about a little over a week ago. The email was signed by Mike Turner, the agency's deputy assistant administrator for domestic aviation operations. TSA confirming the new policy without further comment, but the email specified that the talking points were being issued as guidance in furtherance of Executive Order 14168, signed by Trump, entitled Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the federal government. To comply with the executive order, transgender officers shall no longer perform pat-downs on travelers, emphasizing that transgender TSA personnel will continue to be eligible to perform all other security screening functions at the checkpoint, and sought to reassure the relatively small population of such officers that they will not face additional restrictions. Transgender TSO officers relieved of pat-down duties will not be adversely affected in their ability to be selected for supervisory positions or receive recognitions, bonuses, performance awards, promotions, or other increases in salary, benefits, or responsibilities. Pledging to work through this transition, the TSA document offered to place any employee who requests as much in touch with the agency's Office of Civil Rights and Liberties. Every leader and employee is expected to model the TSA's core values of respect, integrity and commitment with each other and the public we serve to treat all fellow TSA employees with equal dignity and respect in a fair manner. But the executive order declared that it is the policy of the federal government to recognize only two sexes, male and female, and that those genders are assigned at birth. These sexes are not changeable. They are grounded in fundamental and incontrovertible reality. Under my direction, the executive branch will enforce all sex-protective laws to promote this reality. That was the Trump executive order. So no more pat-downs. It is 844-844-3388. See what the blind man has going on this Monday. Morning, blind man.
Oh, good morning, Steve. Oh, man, what a Friday I had. I was downstairs with my nurse working out on my elliptical to get my heart thumping, and she noticed a dripping in the basement, so she went upstairs, and it turned out that the water was behind the toilet, so I had to call a plumber in as an emergency. Guess what? I need a new toilet.
Oh, boy.
Somehow it cracked over the years. And that's going to cost me at least $1,000, but I get a discount because I'm with this company. I have a major maintenance agreement with them. So right now I feel like the house owns me, and it's not a pleasant thing to be in. I'm going to see a cardiologist, find out how my heart is doing, and I'm going to tell him up front that right now I'm just suffering from, what they call it, when you lose a spouse, your heart goes into some kind of setting or something. I remember a neighbor's wife died, and 2 days later the husband died. I can't remember, something syndrome. I'll think of it as soon as I hang up with you. But I'm going to find out from my foot doctor today why I have edema, see what can be done about that. Otherwise, I'm doing okay. I did have a fall yesterday, but I managed to get up on my own and be able to do my routine. And today, a nurse is going to come and do her thing with the antibiotics, and also the plumber should be coming and doing his thing. So other than that, that's all that's really going on with me. The one thing I really appreciated Amy doing was to take me to see Gilligan. I actually got to meet him in person, and he and Lucy came to visit us that same year. So at least I met one trucker in person, and that's the one thing I'm going to miss about Amy. She got me out of the house and out into the world. I'm hoping to find a girlfriend eventually, but I want to be introduced to someone. So anyway, that's all I got for today.
I do have one question. I mean, you said it's going to set you back like $1,000. That sounds like an awful expensive toilet replacement, blind man. What are they charging you?
Well, they're giving me a discount, so it's going to be about $800 and something.
A discount? I mean, I did a quick search. The average cost to replace a toilet, including the new toilet and installation, is typically between $275 and $480. Most people pay about $375, depending on the type of toilet and the location. Labor, installation.
It's the location.
Is it the location? Wow.
Everything is super expensive here.
Wow. Okay.
In the D.C. area. You can't believe it. That's why I like to eventually get out of here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Move to another state.
Wow. So you're paying...
I mean, my property tax last year was $6,200.
Yeah. So you're paying double what most people would have to pay elsewhere in the country.
Exactly, yeah. Because one trucker was telling me he got aluminum siding, and siding, and he told me how much it was. Here, it's about maybe 4 or 5 times what he paid for. Living in this area, the D.C. area, you're screwed.
Wow. Okay. All right, blind man. Well, thank you for the update. You have a good morning. Yeah, average cost about $375. I mean, I've had to replace a toilet here about a year ago. And yeah, a couple $100 for the commode itself. And then we installed it, ourselves, saving the cost of labor. I mean, it's just, you got that wax gasket on the bottom. You got to clean out the old one. It's not a pleasant job working in all that disgusting, you got to clean things out there. But yeah, got the job done for a couple $100. Yeah, we head down the home stretch here on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
A couple of other final tidbits as we head down the home stretch here on a Monday. Saved a story from several weeks, hell, it may have been several months ago. All our discussions about electric vehicles, Tesla. This was a story out of Detroit, which says 3 times in the past 4 months, William Stein, who is a technology analyst for Truist Security, had taken Elon Musk up on his invitation to try out the latest version of Tesla's vaunted full self-driving system. Now, a Tesla equipped with the technology, according to the company, can travel from point to point with very little human interaction. Yet every time Stein drove one of the cars, he said the vehicle made unsafe and illegal maneuvers and that his most recent test drive, he said, left his 16-year-old son, who accompanied him, terrified. Stein's experiences, along with a Seattle area Tesla crash, involved full self-driving that killed a motorcyclist in April of last year, have drawn the attention of federal regulators. They've already been investigating Tesla's automated driving systems for more than 2 years. Due to dozens of crashes that raise safety concerns, the problems have led people who monitor autonomous vehicles to become more skeptical that Tesla's automated system will ever be able to operate safely on any sort of a widespread scale. Stein said he doubts Tesla is even close to deploying a fleet of autonomous robo-taxis here in 2025, as Musk had predicted. Latest incidents come at a pivotal time for Tesla. Musk told investors that it was possible that full self-driving would be able to operate more safely than human drivers. First, he said by the end of 2024, if not this year, but in less than 2 months, the company is scheduled to unveil a vehicle built expressly to be a robo-taxi. Now, for Tesla to put robo-taxis on the road, Musk has said the company will have to show regulators the system can drive more safely than humans. Under federal rules, the Teslas would have to meet national standards for vehicle safety. And on that particular front, I don't think that's happening. Lastly, real quick, there was the CPAC over the weekend. The straw poll conducted at the 2025 Conservative Political Action Conference found a majority of conservative voters favor Vice President J.D. Vance as the Republican nominee for 2028. You guys are the conservative movement. You guys are the thought leaders, the opinion leaders. We asked folks who they thought would be the Republican nominee, who they preferred for the Republican for president in 2028. And who is that? According to Jim McLaughlin, J.D. Vance. He is viewed as the closest thing to Donald Trump. Now, they posted the results of the straw poll. Vance was the top choice, 61%. The next highest was Steve Bannon at 12%. There's no indication he intends to run. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was at 7%. Marco Rubio was at 3%. They, of course, wrapped up the CPAC over the weekend there. But all right, have a great Monday. Thanks for joining us here. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but